Hey guys, how are you all doing today? Happy Saturday. How is everyone? That's better. How is everyone? I'm saying like I have new background. And Ambrose, how are you doing? Thank you so much for coming. Asante sana kwa kuja. Really appreciate that. I'm trying a new background. I don't know if this is going to work for us today, but let me just close my window. How are you guys doing today? Happy Saturday. So, today's topic is one interesting one. Ambrose, where are you watching from? Please let me know where you're watching from. And happy to see you here. Happy Saturday. How are you? How are you doing? How are you doing? So I have I'm going to put in my, what is it called? If any of you want to join the stream, you can join me through that link that I've put there, and we can have a conversation. That's the link if you want to join and we have a conversation. Basically, let's see if we can get more people joining in before we start. Basically, what I want to talk about today was on the topic of mental health. And I feel like it's Mental Health Awareness Month, and I wouldn't want this to go without having this conversation with you guys, which is why I chose to come in here today and have this conversation with you guys. Before we start, I just wanted to also mention that little Aya, who I think I've mentioned in this stream before, has a book. So if you are in the community, you can check her page on what is it called, on Instagram, and purchase the book from Amazon, and also support by doing so. And also you can buy for your friend, or you can just buy the book and read it. It's a good book. It's a good read. It's about SMA and what she goes through every day, just a snippet into what goes through her life every day. So I'll start by mentioning that the book is on Amazon. It's already written. It's such a beautiful, beautiful book. There's a book reading happening. So please, if you can follow her and get to know that information, that would be amazing. But because we're pressed for time and that the mom is trying to raise as much funds as possible, it would be really nice if all of us can actually purchase the book or buy for people we know, for example, or just something like that. So we have two amazing people in the building watching this live. Let me know where you're watching from, and how is the weather where you are, for example. How is the weather where you are? Yeah, so today's live, I wanted to talk about mental health. And like I mentioned before, it's the Mental Health Awareness Month. And as an individual, I felt like there are many things that happen in life that we need to talk about and dismantle the beliefs that have been put out there by the society of what someone can do, what someone cannot do, and stuff like that. And so today I just wanted to talk about women or even men who have been in this kind of relationships. And if you are watching this and you want to join, please feel free to join the stream. But yeah, so I want to talk about the women, especially who, the women who wake up each day, and each day they wake up, you go through this case where someone tells you you're not good enough, you are not doing enough, you're worthless, or maybe, especially for example in my community, where men do believe that love, that relationships where love is really truly given until for better for worse. But there are many other cases where love is given, but then at some point when the man meets someone else, then it turns into an abusive encounter. And so I wanted to talk about that because I feel like from where when I was growing up, we grew up being told divorce is really a bad thing. You should not go through it. If you have gotten married, remember the promises you made and stuff like that. And so today is just to, try and be in that woman's shoe, the woman who wakes up in the morning and is being told like mean words, like you're not your value, your worth is very small, your value is very small, your everything, you don't amount to anything basically. Just to say, much as men will try and bring you down, your abuser will try and bring you down for something, basically reduce your value, undermine, demean your value, does not mean that that is what you basically are, if I make any sense in that manner. And you amount to something worthy of being, and you are a worthy human being. And for me, I usually say the reason why most of the time we fall into these kind of situations is because when when women or men, most of the women, when we meet people, we tend to be really comfortable. And by being comfortable, I mean like you don't want to work hard. You stop working hard because you're being provided for. You stop chasing your dreams because someone is providing for you. You stop trying to pursue what you used to dream or what you ever dreamt of because you feel like you've gotten into this like area of comfort where you basically just want to stay comfortable, get everything done for you, which is really a nice feeling. It's really a beautiful thing to have someone provide for you. But I do feel like as women of today, we really need something that we can call our own. For example, be it income stream that you can say, you know what, this is something that I actually have made. This is something that I have worked hard for. This is something that I have earned myself. And that way it's even much more better, because when life comes to these places where you feel like your value is not seen, you have a ground to which you can easily say, you know what, I'm out of here. This is not working for me. This is not what I ever signed up for. It gives you that bargaining power of saying, you know what, bro, this is not what I signed up for. It becomes easier to walk away. It becomes easier to just say, you know what, this does not serve me. Because I feel like most of the time, and this I know for sure, most of the time when someone is going through abuse, most of the time it's probably because you forgot about yourself so much that you forgot that you had something you're doing for yourself before you met this person, or you had some value to yourself before you met this person. And then once you forget that, then you're just screwed for that. Everything is messed up from that point. And I just wish that women never got this comfortable to get to a point where you just watch. Okay, like even if you're being provided for, are you saving for yourself? You understand? Are you saving for just in case? Because things do change. Do you have a plan B? Yes, when you get married, you marry for better, for worse. But is your for worse never going to be unplanned for? Or is your for worse going to be of some value? Or is your for worse always just going to depend on the benefits that someone has to give you? You understand? So for me, I feel like most of the time, if these cases happen, if someone is in a position where they have their income for themselves, then it's easier for them to walk away or make choices that serve them rightfully. Ambrose, thank you so much for being here. So, or even make choices that serve them as people. So, I don't know. Tell me what you think down below, and let's talk about this. Ambrose, tell me what you think, and let's talk about this, because I feel like this is the only thing that this is one of the topics that people never like to listen to or talk about. I don't know why. But it's just like how people's it's a people's kind of, I don't know, when it comes, people want to talk about many things, but not when it comes to abuse. And we tend to forget that there's someone always going through the same kind of thing. So let me know what you think. But that said, I feel like I still believe that people should not settle for less. For example, like if your value is not seen where you are, then obviously there's someone who's always going to come into your life that will see your value, see your goodness, will see everything good you can provide for them in that relationship that would help that relationship thrive, you know. And so um hey 254.
Hi,
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm good. You?
I'm fine. How are you?
I thought I'd join you before people come in. Like, I see the people have not yet come in, so I thought I'd come in and
You
keep you
so
company.
much. Thank you so very much. Yeah, I know
Yeah.
I usually feel like when it comes to topics, matters related mental health and matters related abuse,
Mm.
people don't, I don't know, people don't have the guts to talk about them. And I feel like if we as women don't have a voice towards this, then it's a lost cause for many of us, you know?
You know what I also think? I think that mental health has been stigmatized in the African setting from childhood because
Mhm.
we think mental health means yule mwenda wazimu wa soko.
True. True that.
And for example, for myself, I've
Mhm.
I live in diaspora and
Mhm.
I searched the catalog and I couldn't find an African therapist because I feel like sometimes a Caucasian person will not understand my culture perspective of where I come from or how we grew up. But if I find somebody who is like African, no matter which country they are from, they'll
Yeah.
understand my journey up to where I am
Yeah.
and they will understand a lot of things. So it took me getting a therapist from back home
Hmm. Did
to
you do
be
that
able.
online or you had to go back home?
Uh, Fortunately, I was able to do it virtually.
Ah, that's beautiful. That's so
So
beautiful.
we used to have a session every week, and it fit so perfect because it used to be like a phone call, and I don't know. It was I can say like right now my life has changed because I recently started a relationship, and I can wow. I don't know. Some things I see myself, like if this was me before, the insecurities, the
Proud of
baggage,
you.
all
I'm so
these
proud
things.
of you. That's so
Thank you.
beautiful. When let me tell you, I feel like when we grow up as Africans, especially,
Mm,
we're told to be strong.
yeah.
If you are a woman, you're told to not say whatever is happening in your relationship, keep it to yourself. We're
Mm-hmm.
told not to expose, they call it, don't expose your nudity. We're told not to
Yeah.
expose, not nudity in terms of the physical sense, in terms of what really happens
Security.
behind the scenes, what people don't know, the bedroom
Yeah.
affairs, the being abused, the being beaten up and stuff. And for a long time, I wanted to become the woman.
Yeah.
Long time I really really wanted to become the woman, and I was like, a lot for me. For example, I went through sexual abuse, and
Yeah.
it's something I'm ashamed of saying. And
Yeah.
it happened when I was young, it happened when I was older, and I was like, am I the only person who's going to die always so quiet? And I noticed the more I pressed down these feelings of saying what had happened to me, the
Mm-hmm.
worse it weighed on my emotions as a person, how I viewed men, how
Yeah.
I thought of relationships, how I thought of everything else. You
Yeah.
understand?
Yeah.
And then came to a time when I decided, you know what, enough is enough. I've stomached enough. I've had enough of, just suppressing every feeling that I'm having. And now let me just try and find someone. And I remember the first time I told a friend of mine, not really a friend, an acquaintance, that I'm
Yeah.
going. I just we were going somewhere and I was late, and I said, "No, I just came from seeing my therapist." You know that cafes that someone gives you, like, "Are you crazy?" Like, you're legit crazy. Like you're legit crazy. Never ask like what's happening or whatever.
No.
Like I was really in a good relationship. My
Yeah.
relationship was working, but I was not ready. I was not mentally okay for that relationship because I needed to deal with my past. You
Right?
understand?
That's the same thing that happened to me. I was like, yo, there's so much I want to heal my inner child because I also went through those experiences you're talking about.
Mm.
And for me, every time they used to affect my relationship, where I am, wherever. It
Yeah,
doesn't matter whether it's just like a fling or is a relationship. Those things, it even affected my sexual relationship because what it did happen is that it made me hyperactive, sexual hyperactive because of the abuse I went through. But
yeah, yeah.
what I usually say, I'm lucky that although when that I wouldn't. I was telling my therapist, I'm sorry to use a positive word when against this
Not
like child
no,
abuse.
don't be sorry.
Yeah, but what I mean is like for me, what I usually thank God is that through the abuse, I never contracted any sexually transmitted infections because it was to that extent. And I usually say that I am lucky that that never happened, but the trauma that I carry with me, that the hypersexuality, it
Mm-hmm.
affects my current relationships and how I relate sex to love. The balance of what
Yeah,
is sex and what is love, and
yeah.
and those things we talked about them in therapy, and then she was just telling me, Rose, you are just being an obedient child. That's all you are being. You're just being an obedient child. And I'm like, wow, that's those thing. Yeah. And
You
from
know,
that,
for me, I usually say, just sorry to cut you short a little bit. I usually say it's how we adapt to pain is different.
yeah,
Hey, Manuela, how we adapt to pain is totally, totally different. Some people would choose not to, for example, let me say an example that I'm well familiar of. Someone who's gone through sexual abuse will either choose to not interact with any men in their life
yeah,
or go through now where you're sexually hyperactive, which is just a coping mechanism.
mm,
You want to tell yourself you are okay. You want to tell yourself you are normal. You want to tell yourself everything is fine. And I usually say, however you heal,
mm,
it's okay as long as you don't get to bleed on the relationship you settle in
yeah,
next. So
yeah,
I'm just like, don't even be sorry. That was you healing. You chose
right,
you chose to heal with everyone.
yeah. And mental health it was blurred. It was because she told me like you don't. It's not just one aspect of it.
Mhm,
It's
mhm.
because mental health is an aspect of your whole well-being.
True.
And you might be the most fit person, the most have spiritually you're good, but there's one aspect that will throw your balance. Like you'll see a very good person, then you hear that something happened to them or they killed themselves, and they're like, huh, what, when, how, you know
How did it
because
happen?
they missed the whole circle is not complete. The whole health circle is not complete.
Yeah.
And that's, yeah. And also the point where you're talking about that people being financially stable is very important. I would say I came here to the diaspora like immediately after my high school. So,
Mhm,
and I came to live with a parent, with a relative.
mhm.
So that means I was under them and I had to do everything they wanted. And that means I I also go through what let's say somebody who came as married went through. Those things of being controlled like,
You
oh,
can't control abuse happens, and especially
abuse. Abuse happens for everybody.
I would say everyone, and even in family where we do say, you know what, I came through a relative, they're just making me pay, like I'm helping them because they did me a favor. You understand?
Hmm.
But
And
then the
that
extent to which you're made to labor in that place is
uh,
like,
uh,
child.
it's and the day I became, how would I say, not even financially stable because I wouldn't even afford rent. But
Yeah.
the day I was able to rent a room in somebody's apartment and I
Mm-hmm.
moved out,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
that was the day that I started like healing or like recognizing things that like, oh my God, I was in a toxic environment, you know?
Yeah.
And I very I often hear of how relationships are in the diaspora, but I never hear of children talking about their experiences of, let's say, kids who are adopted, how their mental health was,
Yeah.
people who are like helped by family, how their relationship was. And those are things that are actually affecting people in this diaspora. And then you'll be wondering, nilikusaidia. The worst thing I hate is about somebody saying, nilikusaidia. You should. It's like, tenda wema nenda zako.
You know, let me tell you something. There was a time I was so down in life. Like me,
Mm,
I don't know, I think I just say, I've gone through it all. Like I deserve every good thing coming my way right now. You know,
yeah.
and people would always remind me the way they helped you. And I'm like, when I stayed, if you help me with a staying place, when I stayed there, I washed the dishes, I cooked, maybe sometimes I
Mm-hmm.
provided a meal,
Mm-hmm.
maybe sometimes I did laundry, I gave
Yeah.
something back. It's not like I
Yeah.
just, then you're providing everything. So you
No.
think you own me, or the fact that you chipped in and helped me in one way or another, it's not. No, no.
And then when you omoka or make it that out of their slavery hands and you start living good, they're like, you'd be nowhere without me. I'm like, woman, if I decided to like misuse my life, you would
Yeah.
not be associating yourself with me. But now because I'm good, you
Mhm.
want to ride along.
You want to ride along on that fame, which you
Yeah,
never
I should
ever
not.
been creating.
Yeah, but
You,
the same thing with people with men who bring you, like say from the motherland. When they see you here, they're like, yeah, I helped you from poverty. No, I was not poor.
totally agree with. But before we go to that, Manuela is saying, what do you call someone who does a bad thing and turn it around, and that it's your fault? Turns it around that it's your fault. Girl, that's a psychopath. That's a psycho.
I
that's a
think those are the ones who are called narcissists. No,
that's a psychopath, and that's a narcissist.
yeah,
Because you can't do something and then say someone else did is the one who did wrong, and that's
no,
definitely a narcissist, because they'll always just do the same wrong things and blame it on you. They'll go cheat and say it's because of you. They'll go steal and say it's because of you. They'll abuse you and say it's because you look like you wanted the abuse. No. Mm-mm.
yeah.
No. No. So let's go to now the people who bring you, the men who bring you and then they say, actually, I saved you from poverty. But before we do that, Manila is saying, yes, in fact, they even say that your son was one way ticket to Europe. Like
Oh my God.
that, no, that's a narcissist.
Wow.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
That's those are the ones I say make your moves in secret so that when you hit them with a move, they'll be like the jaw drop of like they didn't see that coming, you know?
True. You know,
Yeah.
let me tell you, if you are in a relationship where someone is either abusing you or
Mm,
treating you the right way, it's
yeah.
time to start treating that person not as your friend, but like your enemy.
Yeah.
I usually say women, the one mistake we do, unachapa unasema mi siku moja nitakuacha, siku moja nitamkapa utapata nimeenda. That person, no, he's already prepared for that.
Yeah.
Someone who you just plan your moves, and when you're out, you're never coming
Mm-hmm.
back. Because narcissists also, what they do is they have a way of bringing you back.
Mm,
You understand? Like,
yeah.
oh,
You
I'm
do.
sorry, it will never happen again. It was just a mistake. Come, let's try and make it over again. Trust me, if they're able to do it once, they will always do it again, no
Oh,
matter
do
what
it.
else you believe in.
But let me also say that like the hardest thing to do is leave because I was in one of those relationships and let's say just went south for me. My
Mm.
friends used to see me as the happiest girl, the most beautiful girl, but inside me, when I close that door, I am not myself. I am scared. I am scared of losing a person who is not even making me feel worth it. So I'm giving them the value of who they are not, you know?
Yeah, yeah. You know, I don't know. Like, I let me. When I grew, as I grew up,
Yeah.
I think one value, and I'm so thankful because I had the opportunity of being from where you have everything you need in life to
Mm-hmm.
where you totally don't have nothing.
Yeah.
Then we had to build up afresh to where we almost had everything we need. And now I'd say we are where we have everything we need, but not like everything we don't need. You understand?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
We have enough.
Mm.
We have enough problems. We have enough of what we need. But what I'd say is, as I grew up, my mom would look into the society around us and would tell me of how the reality of what women go through out there.
Mm.
We
Mm.
have women who come and would sleep in our home, and then I'll be like, "What happened?" She never shied off of telling me this woman had was being beaten up at night by the husband.
Wow.
She never shied. She exposed me to all of that. There was a time a woman came and the face was like really swollen and the hands were like really swollen. And my mom was like, this is what men sometimes can turn to be. Sometimes you can be in a relationship where you love like our relationship is, but then sometimes it turns into this other ugly side.
Yeah.
And as a child, I grew up asking myself, why would a woman stay and being beaten up? And those women will always come from our home and they'll go back to their same
And
homes.
they'll go back again to that same house.
And then 1 week later, she is back again.
You know what I also experienced through that time
Mhm.
was the, how would I say, the status of the image of the family. My family, his family, everybody knowing that we are together and like breaking that traditional meeting your family kind of thing, because we
Yeah,
had already met each other's family.
yeah.
So every time you talk to somebody, like I would talk to my mom, she would tell me, yeah, but this is a things that happen in relationships. You should talk about them, but it's not. And that is why it was even harder for me to leave because I felt like okay, it's normal, but it's
Mhm.
not.
Beryl was just saying
Gaslighting.
that gaslighting is manipulate someone of physiological means into doubting their own sanity. You're the crazy one. They're not.
Ah,
And
thank
the bad
God.
thing with this kind of personalities is that they'll make you feel like you are going crazy, like you are mad. You are,
You're
you
seeing your own things.
you've lost it. You're seeing your own things. You're saying your own things. Whatever you're saying, whatever happened, it did not happen like that.
Hmm.
And I feel like, unfortunately, women we have been taught to be strong. Men are the one who are supposed to be strong. We're taught
Right?
to be strong, and no one is supposed to be strong. Actually, let me correct that. No one is supposed to
That
be strong
that's
because
the worst
men
word I hate somebody to describe me with. Strong. Never call
even
me
men
strong.
go through situations where they should not be in the first place. Even men experience abuse, and it's
Yeah.
because you're always looking into what is my family going to say. What about the relationship I've created, which people know the two of us as a couple?
Mm,
I show up in front of my friends, how my friends take me in. And the problem is not most of the time it's because obviously what happens when you break off a relationship that people have known you guys as a couple, your friends, the friends you used to have before, they move out, they leave you. If you go for
yeah.
the work, they'll be like, you know what, we thought you're actually doing better than us. And they'll not help you. And for me,
Right.
that is the time when I usually say, you now start, instead of hurting, you now start choosing your friends because those are people who don't deserve to be in your space at all.
Mm,
Not even in
no.
your call list. Not even in your call list. No. And for me, like when it comes to abuse, I feel like women, I hope society is now in a place where I feel like these days divorce is becoming like more of a normal kind of thing. You love people. I mean, abroad, yes, it is, abroad it is. But then
Yeah.
abroad comes with this loneliness because you're here it's not your own country.
Mm.
You're here away from your own family. It can be more lonely.
Yeah.
For women who have the courage to even still walk out and start afresh, I do applaud them.
Mm.
I do. I've never been in that kind of situation, but I
Mm.
would say I do applaud them because abuse is something that kills. I was just sharing yesterday. I don't know if you were in on Instagram,
Yeah, I watched it.
and I was just sharing about this man who shot basically the wife dead in front of the kids. And these kids, the woman came with in this relationship. And I'm trying to think, well, this now because it's called that his children, obviously you signed papers and gave this man ownership over your kids as a father.
Oh my God.
And then this man has gone ahead and killed you.
Wow.
Now these kids are going to grow up maybe with an ex-convict, maybe in future for a father. Why did you even have to do that? Why put someone? I'm like, I'm mind blown. And I feel like this is because I don't blame people who date and move in so quickly before they know the qualities of that man, because
Yeah.
sometimes situations force you
What
to
you?
act the way you do.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, I blame the women who give ownership of their children to men before they completely know the capacity the men are like what damage, the level of damage a man can do to your children and to you as an individual. That it's
I think
unforgivable.
I think some of the diaspora communities, some of the things that they should not just be out here creating parties. These diaspora associations should be more than just meeting and hanging out. They should be having information like, okay, you're in diaspora, you've come with your child. Who should be your next of kin in case something happens? Such details nobody ever tells you because you're in a country where if something happens to you and you're the sole provider, they go into the system of foster care
And that's so sad.
automatically. And there is no guarantee that these kids are going to stick together. But
Not at
if but if you think about things like, okay, if something happens to me, I will have written a note, even if it's on a tissue paper. It's still valid uh,
the
as a will.
yeah,
That this is my wish that these children always stay together, no matter what age they will ever get to. Such
because
things.
they're able to then protect one another or be there
Yeah,
for one another.
they will be their own family. They will be still the unit, but you split the whole family. One is in the north of one country, the east, the north. They're not together, and they've already lost what they only had in this country. Where do you expect
Not
these
the
kids to be in the
mother.
future?
And
That's another traumatic experience when they're growing.
that's why we end up with many people believing that black children I think let's just say this for what it is. A black
Mm,
kid who is more or less been raised in a foster home. People
yeah,
always think or always say their fate is crime.
yeah, right?
No, sometimes it's not because they chose to, it's not because all black children, boys or girls, just are born to be criminals.
No.
It's you have sustained abuse to an extent that you're like, you know what, I'd rather steal and feed myself. And I'm not
Mm,
justifying this, but I'm just saying it's what we do right now
yeah,
that determines what our children become in future.
yeah. And it here encompasses mental health because your state of mental health as a mother
Hmm.
will help your children. Let's say I'm a first migrant.
Yeah,
A child let's say if I came with my child from motherland and brought them here, they have a different way of integrating compared to if the child was born here. So those are things. There are so many things that encompasses. It's not just about getting on a flight and moving in with a man. You have to think about this child in so many ways, and their mental health will determine how they integrate and how they succeed. I usually tell people, you brought your child from motherland. You brought them for them to succeed. You've
Yeah.
seen how much we work back home. Why don't you put the same effort when you're here? That
Hey,
that serves your
really,
benefit.
just a minute. Beryl, thank you so much for being here. Manuela, thank you so very much. I'm loving you guys being here, actually. Really enjoying this. Mary, if you want to come aboard, please join. Please join. The link is right here. You can join. Let's have a conversation. And on the part what you're saying, I still would, I don't know, like I don't know how these organizations do work,
Mm,
but I would say, like for me as a person, I'm in a relationship where I would say I'm I'm loved, I'm
yeah.
appreciated, and all of that stuff. But I don't know, maybe it's just the mentality that I do have. Every time I say I would want to move to a new place,
Yeah.
the first few things I always want to know is how to, of course, the transport. How does the
Mm,
transport system work?
yeah.
How can, like, if I want to walk to that place, what's the shortest route to use? That helps me
Mm-hmm.
because I run a lot, so I know most of the routes.
Mm-hmm.
Number three, if I'm ever in trouble, if after calling the police, where else can I seek help?
Yeah.
Because it might not happen to me, but it might happen to someone, maybe my neighbor.
Yeah.
Most of the time when people move abroad, organizations like
Bank of information, I would call it.
Mary, we're talking. Mary is saying he doesn't know what you're talking about. We're talking about mental health, basically, generally in relationships, in terms of abuse or at work, and if women can ever leave, and what they can always do to leave those kind of situations. And if you've ever been in one, how did you succeed coming out of it? Yeah, basically that's the topic. We're just talking about everything mental health when it comes to relationship and when it comes to work. Does it serve you? Were you being abused? Did you come out? How can you come out? What would you say to someone going through the same? Yeah. So unaweza join.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm. So, so like I was saying, for me, most of the very important things I do find in life is knowing if things go south, where can I seek
Yeah.
help from? And
Mm,
then the second to that, transport means because you always will need somewhere to go to. And then in your account, have your own
yeah.
account for heaven's sake. Have your own account, something that has
Mm,
some money in it, it's yours. Because when things go south, you need to take
yeah.
yourself somewhere else. This is not your country. And maybe by the time things go south, you have not secured papers to stay in the same place. You understand? But I do
Yeah.
wish, like you have
Yeah.
said, that societies abroad, organizations, and diaspora organizations and stuff would have these kind of things where they would at least have like a backup plan for if at all something happens to you, who can we contact? Who
Yeah.
can we talk to? Not just know me as, oh, there's a chick there called Nelly. It doesn't help. If
No.
something happens to me and maybe the person who I was living with was violent or something, who do you call?
Who
Can't
do
call
you call?
family, first of
Yeah.
all. No. So I wish there can be systems like those that people would always find a backup plan, or advise people to have a backup plan, because these are things that do happen. We've been on Instagram live many times and we've heard of people who are literally trying to run away, like, girl, run, and you don't really know where to go to.
Yeah. A few years we lost a mother and a son, and
Oh my
she
God.
she hung herself. No, she first killed the son, then she killed herself. Yeah.
What?
Kenyan community in Copenhagen.
Oh my gosh. I had actually this Copenhagen thing. I heard a lady was she did like a video and said people to share around, and they said that there was no one representing Kenya there, or was
What?
it, no, this was oh God,
Yeah.
Bahrain, but is it Bahrain?
Uh-huh. So it's those men who like shut you out of your community,
Oh
out
no.
of your, yeah. those controlling men, but when everything goes down, he's there with a face, face of like, I am a victim too, like I also lost my son. He's not even looking like, how did that even happen? Like, my wife killed my son before she killed herself. Because I think the woman was like, I'm not leaving my kid to this bullshit. That
Oh,
was her last resort. Because the same way you're talking about the guy shooting this woman like already saw what kind of this man is. It's like, if I'm suffering like this, what will this man do to my own son?
it's
Yeah,
authentic. You can join if you want to, please. Feel free to join the conversation. Um, it's really heartbreaking.
it is.
You get to a point where the pain is too much more than the pain of birthing.
What?
God, like, Lord,
I know. It
it's
went.
comprehensible. I
Yeah,
can't. And like for me, someone can be your everything, your rock, your refuge, your everything, your sweetheart, your lover, your whatever, the only fish in your ocean. But please, they cannot be the only people who know about you and your heart and your everything.
right?
There are organizations in countries, I believe also could be maybe the same in your country, that do
Yeah,
support women who go through abuse, you
they are
know?
there. And the other thing about, I would talk about Kenyans, because I'm Kenyan. The
Yeah, yeah.
thing about Kenyans is that they think about, I need to tell a friend. No, you don't have to tell somebody from the same country. Go to the organization because they are anonymous. And the good thing about where I live, if I feel like in Neri's house there is abuse going on, I can call in anonymously and tip them off. So they
Yeah,
will start surveying you and your husband and your children. They will even come to your kids' school anonymously and interview them and like not interrogate them, but like want to know the situation at home, because kids will tell
yeah.
things as they are.
Yeah, true. Let me tell you something. What people do usually fear most of the time when it comes especially to people with families or children,
Mm,
for example, women with children, they usually
yeah,
feel this thing of they'll talk to my children. Social workers are allowed to question, but
yeah,
there's an extent of questioning they can do.
yeah,
You understand?
yeah,
They'll try and get information, but there's an extent to which they can, and they're trained to do that.
yeah.
So not be afraid that they'll come and ask my children, then my kids will have to know what we're going through. No.
No,
And even if you have to be evacuated from where you live in, they'll do it in a way that even your husband
seamless.
will not see the move coming,
Yeah,
you know? And I feel like these are most of these organizations that do support women who go through abuse, they actually
mm,
don't pay them anything.
no, 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 no. It's free. They
It's
are NGOs. Yeah,
it's they are there to do that. They are there to make sure that they help you come out of that, because at the end of the day it's about reducing the amount of domestic violence and also
yeah,
the death that do happen along the
yeah,
way, and also with trafficking as well, because the people who come as you're being married and then this man actually had his own plans, you understand, but he had to bring you through this certificate so that you can continue to do the work that you're supposed to be doing, maybe it's prostitution or whatever.
yeah.
But then if you know these places, like no one should be ever not ever, no one should ever be
Hmm.
afraid of speaking out or going to, you can even come out of your house and say, you know what, during the day I'll go for a walk.
Yeah. Who
And
would
then
know where you went for a walk?
you've gone for your walk, you take your time, you go where you're going to, you talk, you cry your tears there, you wipe your tears, you come home, you are normal. He does not know what's happening behind the pictures. They will never call even to ask him what's really happening, because
No,
the word that they believe first, you're the
is a
one
threat.
you're the one with the problem. They'll
Yeah.
see the word and they'll act on it. They'll not second doubt you like your friends will.
No. And they
And
will not gossip, because that's the worst thing people fear. People talking about their affairs out in the street. Because
they will
that's one thing I fear.
because they meet like different cases every day. They have a
Yeah.
lot of work in their hands, and this is not even going anywhere. If
No.
not between you, maybe the police, if the police have ever to be involved, and
Yeah.
them rescuing you, and even the man will never come into this play, you know. You can be
Yeah.
protected from the man. There can be a restraining order against the man not to see you, not to come in contact with you and your children as well. And you
Yeah.
save yourself some mental breakdown. Imagine being crazy in a foreign country, being taken to a psychiatric ward and having your children left behind. Like you've totally infected yourself with mental condition, double what you could have sustained, you know,
That's
had you
even
spoken.
worse.
God, like I just don't know. Hey Aminta, hey great topic. I come here to learn and have company. Thank you so much for always being here. Aminta says mental health awareness is very important. Great topic, Nelly, as usual, looking good. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so very much. And again, 254, thank you. You said your name was Joyce?
Rose.
Rose. Thank you so much for being here. I really do
Yeah.
appreciate this.
I hope you get more. Yeah. I hope
No,
people have come in now.
let's continue. You don't have to be, you don't have to leave it. I love talking to you. So let's just,
Okay.
it's about having a conversation.
Mm,
It's about just having a conversation at the end of the day, and that's all that matters to me. And I know when we talk, we are one way or another, someone will always come to watch this and will get information that they need and
yeah.
maybe something useful. At the end of the day, for me, that's it. Something
Yeah.
useful that will either make you smile, make a wise decision, and choose
Yeah.
something good or something bad. So it's upon you. We are just having a conversation.
Yeah.
um I feel like I I just can't stomach when people, when you want to put your belief and your trust and your everything to someone. It's good to an
Mm,
extent that you become blind of what they're capable of doing, or become blind to the actions that they do to you. For example, if it's abuse, then you
yeah.
become blind to you know, the women who will even apologize for what their men did. You know, he was just so drunk. He couldn't have hit me if he wasn't drunk. It was the alcohol. You know, he was
Right?
in a bad mood. He just came home upset. It
Taking
was
the image of the family
so he
at
took
all
it out
costs.
on me. It's not
Uh,
him, just the work.
it's something I did.
It's something maybe it's something I said.
Oh no. Stop making excuses. Stop feeding
I
people's
cannot,
insecurities.
I cannot stomach that. I
Yeah.
cannot. It's high time. Like I feel like as women, even if you're not working, your worth is much more higher than
Yeah.
you actually see in yourself.
Yeah.
You know, imagine a woman mwenye amepitia heartbreak. Do you understand Swahili?
Yeah. Yeah.
Broken. Do you know the wrath that woman has?
Hey.
Run everything
I've
out.
been there. I've done it all.
You know, imagine a woman who, and if you know that extent of anger and determination,
Uh-huh.
everything that dwells inside that heart, that should tell you already you're strong enough to just manage
Right?
everything. You know, walk out.
Hmm.
You know,
Like,
men get hurt, but they also have their way of revenging. But they
yeah.
even say, hell has no wrath like a woman's scorn.
Yeah.
That should just tell you you are stronger than what you actually believe you are.
I remember when I threw him out, because that's what I did. I locked him out of my house and changed the
Wow.
locks
Uh,
because
wow.
he refused to move out. You
Ooh,
know, he was couch surfing
ooh.
in my place.
Yeah.
So I I just yeah, I just what do you say? I became the best version of myself.
Uh-huh.
I
Like,
started doing things I loved. I started loving myself.
mm,
And sometimes I read the Facebook, there are updates I used to do on Facebook before, but I was not, we usually say people are just writing things on Facebook, but nobody ever reads. So
yeah.
sometimes when I see these Facebook memories, I'm like, wow, I
I
was
was
in a bad place.
hot.
I was in a bad
Let me tell you,
place.
sometimes the reason why most suicide cases happen,
Mm,
the reason why most suicide cases happen is not because no one saw it coming.
nobody believed you.
Because this person tried to communicate as much as they could, but no one actually read or heard.
Nelly, the worst one is like being told, uko majuu, you are better off than us who are in the motherland. Can you imagine? That's
Bullshit.
so, like, how do you say? Making my pain sound less
Why that pain is okay? No.
just because I'm in a how it's pictured to be in a diaspora doesn't mean that I don't suffer, that I don't, you know.
Hey, Miss Kenny. Yeah. You know, let's just, for me, like, if you're watching this today, if you have any friend, your friend can be going through the best life ever or the worst life ever. And with society today, these days, we don't say what we're going through, but we say it indirectly. It's from
Indirectly.
how I talk when we're together. It's from how I act when I'm around you compared to how I used to. And if I'm your friend, you'll be able to see the change in my behaviors slowly.
Mm,
You understand? And
yeah,
I think most of the time, like I used to say to, I remember one time when I went for my first therapy session, I was telling my therapist, I feel like I'm always screaming and no one ever had me
yeah.
until I
Those
went for therapy. I was like, it's like inside me, I'm always like shouting, can someone come and help me? But no one actually ever had me.
an inaudible scream, those the ones they usually show where
Mm,
you're really screaming out, but nothing is coming out. That is how sometimes somebody feels like you're really screaming, but it's not being recognized.
true. And it's
Yeah.
because sometimes someone would be like this happy person who always in their life they love things and stuff. And then there come a time where they start speaking and they or even they post. Some friends you just know them through Instagram or through Facebook.
Mm, mm,
They just post things. And when you read in between the lines, you're like, much as you can be meaning this, maybe there's the second side of this coin that you're trying to say indirectly.
yeah.
When I check on you, you know,
One
hey,
thing I stopped saying is like asking people, how are you? No, I actually say like, really, really, how are you?
you know, let me tell you, I do have like these friends who are like, uh, I'll give you an example. I
Yeah,
met a friend of mine who was going through, okay, she is a friend, but a long time friend, like a lifetime friend, someone I've known
yeah.
like I was a child, because
Mm,
the mom used to do the laundry work for my mom.
yeah,
So the mom will come with her and they'll wash our clothes. So we played basically together.
yeah.
And we ate together and we talked together. So when
Mm,
I started working, and this was in Nairobi, years
mm,
down the line, she called and I was like, wow, out of the blues, she called. I'm like, wow, that's
mm,
really nice. Let me check what she's going through. And
yeah,
before she called, and then we just talked, and then that was it. And so when
yeah.
I went home, I was calling my mom and saying, can you imagine who called me today? And my mom is like, who called you? And I was like, so and so, she called me today for this. I'll give him the name Table. Table called me today. And my mom was like, wow. When she came home, so my mom started connecting, telling me when she came
Sure.
home, she told us the husband is working, they're happily married, the husband is doing a great job. And my mom was like, just try, and when she calls again, just pick up, because she looked like she was trying to cover up for something. My mom is a social worker.
Ah,
My mom said
wow.
she was trying to cover up for something.
And
So
you are her safe
don't
space.
push her away, because maybe the level at which the place where you guys both are can be
Mm,
different. And that is true.
yeah,
People do outgrow each other.
yeah.
And we're always open to those conversations. So my mom said, just try and keep her
Mm,
and listen. So we finished that conversation with my mom. Then the next day, what happens is she calls me back again.
wow.
Wow, you are really, actually, we've been not talking for years,
And
more
now
than
it's back to
10
back.
years. We've not spoken. And now all of a sudden you called me yesterday and you're calling me today. There could be something. So I'm like,
Mm,
oh, she said, let's meet up in Tao. I'm like, okay, fine. I was willing. So I did all the work I had to do, told
mm,
boss, I'll come in tomorrow and finish what I had to do because she wanted to meet me up. And that was like, we're working late night. I used to work
Yeah.
in a farm. So we had like many court cases to file up and stuff. So I was working on that evening. So I told my boss I'll come back and finish on the remaining of whatever was done, what we were
Yeah.
doing. And then I went to meet her. So when I went, she was carrying a Nakumat plastic bag. You know, Nakumat.
Oh, what?
And she had clothes in it. And at first I thought maybe it's just shopping.
Yeah.
I didn't read so much into that. And my mom had told me she was pregnant and she was carrying her child.
Wow.
Just plastic bag and the baby. And I was like, "Ah, maybe it's just we're meeting up. She brought me something. You know, where I was raised up, if you're visiting someone, you have to
Yeah.
take for something. So I
Yeah.
thought, and I'm like, why were you even so bothered to go to the supermarket? You didn't have to. We are grown up. We don't live at home. You can just come and visit me even empty-handed. And
Yeah.
then like, let's go to the restaurant there and let's talk. At this point, I do not know anything at all.
No.
So we're going to the restaurant, we're having tea, and then I'm like looking at my time and where she told me she's living in Isinya, we're in town.
Wow.
That time I'd never been to Isinya, we're in town. I'm looking at the time. This lady is sitting here, pretty,
With a
very good,
baby.
very comfortable. She's not in a hurry. And
Wow.
I'm like looking at my time, and so at some point I asked, like, so where do you, can we go to my house or are you going back to your house because it's getting really late? So we need to decide, are we continuing with this and then we go to my house,
Mm.
or you're going back home? Because if you're going back home and you're married, it could be a problem. You need to maybe call and tell your husband stuff
Notify.
like, when I was leaving home, I told my husband that I was coming to see you for over the weekend. It was on a Friday. So I
Ah.
was like, you know what, that's fine. Let's go home.
Uh-huh.
I'm married to a white person. I called my husband because they don't like uninvited guests, most
Uninvited guest.
notified guests. Called
Yeah.
my husband. I'm like, I'm coming home, but I have a guest with me. So my husband started making food. We
Mm.
got home. I'm like, my husband. I told my husband, she's coming for the weekend, and then during the week she'll go back. So my husband's like, that's fine. So we go home. She washes the kid in the bathroom the first day, and I'm like, you know what, just we used to have a pretty much big sitting room, so I'm like, just bath the kid here, there's no problem, we're talking, we're catching up. And my husband goes to collect the basin. My husband actually went to buy a baby basin, but that time we did not
Ah,
have a baby
a
basin.
baby,
So
baby.
a
Mm.
baby basin and then brings it home. So I'm like, just wash the baby here. And she's like, no, 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 let me do it in the. I'm like, no, just do it here, we're talking. And she's like, no. So she insisted. And then what we did is I allowed her. So the second day, it's very not, it's around 9-ish. The baby looks to be having fever.
Mm.
And I'm like, Siumwashe, the way Nairobi is very hot, warm.
Yeah.
Mwashe. And then I'm like, okay. Acha nikulete vitu za kuosha mtoto umwoshe hapa. And then she refuses. She does not refuse outrightly. She just said, ako tu sawa, acha nimnyonyeshe. According to me, I'm a mom. I know, like, this kid is pretty much uncomfortable and a sweat. He needs a bath or something just to cool
Yeah.
him off.
Mm.
A baby boy. Then she refuses. So I said, you know what? Actually, I've missed washing babies. So let me just do it for you. So I take the baby and I start removing the clothes. And she's like, acha nitamwosha baadaye. Acha nimpanguze tu. And I'm like, no, namwosha. Time nilichoma nguo za mtoto hivi. I think I've told you guys this story. You see the babies. I'm here. Hii ya ndani
Eh.
ilikuwa imekatwa hivi to hapa na kisu, and it was pretty deep. It was pretty
Fresh
deep.
wood.
Fresh wound that have not lasted for more than a week. Very fresh. And I asked myself, I said, what the F?
Oh
What is
my God. So the fever was coming from that. The
this?
body
Is
trying to
a
fight.
baby who is 2-3 months old.
What?
2-3 months old.
Yes.
I'm like, what the F? And then she's like, this baby was born with this infection on the hand and stuff. And I said, you're not going to play with my mind. My mom was a nurse, if you remember. I know difference between a cut
And an infection.
and an infection. What happened? My husband says immediately, we have to go to the hospital. We have to take the baby to the hospital. That's period. Whatever we're going to say, I don't know. We have to go. So we go to the hospital. And at this point, I'm like, tell me what is happening before we start moving.
Yeah, because some hospitals might refuse to admit the child
And
if
what if
they
we get
think,
into trouble because we could be the potential people who had the baby? This is
yeah,
a baby.
yeah,
And she's like, one day I was holding a knife and then I was carrying the baby and I was trying to cut something and then it cut the baby. So
I
I kind of bought that. So we went to the hospital
such
and
a big cut anyway.
the nurse was like, this does not look normal. We need to contact a social worker, a police, or something like that to work on
Mhm.
that. We
Yeah,
managed to talk to this nurse, and I told the nurse, my home was very close by. I said, my home is right here. We can do all of this behind the scenes. She doesn't have to know about it because she looks like she's trying to protect somebody or something.
mm,
There could be more into this. So we got in touch with a social worker in the meantime. And I told the lady some nurse will come to do the dressing, and maybe they'll come to people who knows. Just a
yeah,
friend of mine will come with the nurse, and that's it. She never finished high school, so she was quite not so very educated. So it's easy
yeah.
to lie to her. So then we ended up addressing this wound. It started healing. Remember when she came, she only had a plastic bag with one diaper, no clothes, no nothing. So basically, we have
3 month old baby.
my house. So my 1 month later, she still totally is not giving any stories apart from the fact that this is someone who came for the weekend. Right now, we are 1 month later.
A month later,
1 month
and a
later,
3 month old baby.
we need to know now the baby is 4 months. We need to know what's really happening. My husband says, because she's trying to protect someone, let's try and see what's really happening without making her do the worst to herself.
Yeah.
Because we don't know if this cat she's the one who did it or
Mm,
someone actually did it to the baby.
yeah.
And I remembered, the reason why I was willing to stay up this long is because I went through prenatal depression.
Ah, yeah.
So I used to think, what if maybe she gave birth, she was going through depression, she
For the
did something to
postnatal.
the
Yeah.
baby.
Mm,
I was just, a lot was going through my mind, and I was telling my husband about a lot of things. So then what happens is she gets a call one day. All this time she never called anyone.
mm.
I don't know if she ever did, if we're not seeing, but we never saw her receiving any calls from the so-called husband or whatever. So one time she gets a call and it looks like it's not a good call. So she tells me, I need to talk to you. And then I'm like, okay, fine. So we go outside because she insists, let's talk outside. We go outside and we're talking. And then when we're talking, she says, my husband is currently apparently having another woman in my house. So
What?
I'm like, finally, you've given me something. So I,
Mm,
I ask her, what do you think we should do? She says, I want to go home. I'm like, yes, the moment you've been waiting for now has come. So I tell my husband, I'm going to Isinya. I don't know where Isinya is. I'm going to Isinya. My husband is like, no, you can't go. Let's call the police. Let's call the social workers. Let's do whatever. I tell her, no, I tell him, no, I'm going. We used to have a house help who was like a woman who was in her 40s, approaching 50s.
yeah.
Um, she's one lady who someone I owe like everything in my life because she's helped me through my journey of motherhood and everything.
Yeah.
She was in her 50s, something like that. So I tell her, Rose, she was called Rose, we
Uh,
have to go to Isinya. So she calls a taxi. We get in with the baby, we go. Then we get to Isinya. The lady who we're told about is the one at home, the man is not at home. So we just sit pretty, we don't say anything. We did not mention anything, like, because in my mind, this man is cheating,
yeah.
in my
Yeah.
in my mind, we have found this in action. In my mind,
Yeah.
this is so wrong. In my mind, I'm
The
like, I want
guy.
to break your heart because you also have a child in here. But let's face
Mm,
it, man. So I tell the lady, we are the man's friends, friends. and we've just come to visit, drop by and see him, and then go. We were just around the area. We live somewhere else. That's why we came with the taxi. I paid the
Wow.
Uber guy some extra cash to wait. They always wait. I
Yeah.
said, if it goes past your waiting hours, you will just say, I booked you for the day and I'll pay
Mm.
you. So the
Yeah.
guy agreed to wait. As we're waiting, the lady is boiling water. My house help is like, "Unajua tunaenda kuchomwa."
Maybe I would think like that.
Like, unajua tunaenda kuchomwa. Hiyo ugali tangu ianze kupikwa, since he started making this water for making ugali. Ugali is a staple, ugali is what we eat basically in our homes. You make flour and water. And then she's like, she started boiling this water. Nothing. The water has been pretty much boiling for a long time. She's
And
not doing
she's still alive.
my house help. Being a woman who was raised in the village and someone who is like so well aware, she starts talking in parables. She says, unajua Nelly, siku karibu mtu anichome, nilimwagia hiyo maji. That's why when I owe her everything, I tell you, she's still my best friend. Nilimwagia hiyo maji. Instead anichome, mimi nilimchoma. So I'm like, okay, but it kind of seems to be working because now this lady is kind of interested in what my house help is saying. So I felt like it gave her a sense of, hey, Ataniko, careful. And my house help was this woman, a very well
Hey.
tall Luo woman. Matako,
Yeah.
Kalia,
Hey.
Pumua. So then I'm okay. So I'm trying to ask my house help. So what then happened? She goes about this story, which is not actually true, but she
You're
makes it
just
sound true. So this lady,
psychologically playing the games.
before the story ends, this man actually walks in the door. My house help was like, Catholic prayers. She goes like, we've been waiting for you for a long time. So the man says, when the man gets in, she sees the lady, she says, twin the angel, let's go outside. So we walk outside, and guys, this is true. Like, this is a true story. We walk outside, and now I'm laughing about it because it's something that was past, and we solve it in a nice way, according to what I think. We went outside. Then the man said, "Give me time. I talk to I talked to." She called her by her name, not even my wife. By her, give me time. I talk to her, and she's like, He's like, "This is so disrespectful. Come, let's talk." So they move away just a little bit, and they start talking. In the process, me and my house help were, I'm like, "Auntie, so why were you talking about that lady actually?" And she's like, "Did you not see we are almost being banned?" So these people are talking. I'm still talking to my house help, right? A fight has broken up this other side, the lady with the man, and this lady is still carrying the baby. Next I see, boom boom, mtoto akaanza kama enda kurusha hivi, mtoto kuchapa nayo mwanamume hivi, nikaenda pale nikachukua mtoto. My house help is saying to stop the fight. The taxi driver is now calling the police. I am like now just screaming because this is a company. So I am screaming for help. I'm like, you guys are you're going to kill the baby. The baby is being killed because I now don't know anything else I can do. The lady pale kwa nyumba hajasonga hata dakika kidogo. She's still in the house. She did not come out. She did not show up. She did not do anything.
What?
She just screamed from inside and said, "Malizani, and then you come back." Yeah, Malizani, and then you come back. I'm like, so long story short, what happened is I continued screaming. I attracted the attention of people. They came because it's companies, they houses so close to one another. And one of them said, "This is something that has been after Kisha Achishwa like kupigana now. This is something that goes on for a long time. And when hata huyu mtoto kuna venye umia. We don't know." I went and talked to the company director who used to live in that place, but now a little bit far away. I said, "I'm not living here before we talk to that person." I called my office. We had like some policemen sent. We had a lawyer also coming. We had a social worker also coming. So we were basically like really sorted. We went and talked to this man. We said, this case has to be followed through. We have to know what happened. The baby came with an injury. We have a hospital record on that. We need to know what was really happening. So this case was solved. The man, because his job was not like there was Leza Kulipa through the bank, she was like not a company official employee. She was being paid cash.
Oh.
So there's no,
Mm.
how could and he lose job, but he wasn't able to keep up with paying the child upkeep.
Yeah.
But so we went back to my house with the lady, and I was like, why did you ever protect this man? Why did you never say about this? When you went home, did you go home because you're going to visit or because the abuse was too much? She's like, because the abuse was too much. And I'm like, had it not been for my mom who actually read through your stories,
Yeah.
I would have not
Reading
spoken.
between the line.
We could
Wow.
have not met. Could you
No.
died? Were you going to watch your child die in that relationship? Or what were
Oh
you going to do?
my.
And she was like, I was afraid of living by myself. I never went to school. I got to a place where at least someone is earning, someone is bringing something home. He did this, but he brought food at home. And you kind of start to read into what other women go through out here all the time. But before we continue, let's read these comments. Someone saying, Kwanza refusing the anger on the child, and then you make the child suffer on behalf of the father or mother. That's really sad,
Yeah.
especially when you make kids go through something just because you're so blind to see it, just because you're too blind. You've secured yourself, you've made yourself so comfortable to leave this place. I remember a friend of mine had issues with life, and she called me crying because she took it out on the baby, slapped her kid. Post-antenatal depression is real. Yeah, it's true. And you need help. Like if you ever give birth and you feel like the level at which your anger, your feeling toward having a new baby has changed, you really need to seek help because it's bad. It's really bad. And women do things that you can never be proud of, you know?
Or even punishing your kids because you're angry with your husband. You're taking out your anger on your
Or
child because somebody
or
else made you mad.
even hating them because you see them in a different other way.
Or
You
they
know,
remind you of the guy.
they remind you of the abuse you went through. They remind you of what happened to you before you got that child. Guys, I think let's normalize mental health and going to see a therapist or
And
saying,
these days they're
I
very
am
accessible.
not, I am not okay. I am not going to keep quiet. I am going to speak until someone hears me.
Yeah.
The first time I ever stepped into a therapy room, the therapist aliniambia nimelaaniwa
Mm.
because what I had gone through, what I had gone through was something I think even if it's seen to him, to her, it sounded like there was a part of exaggeration and not so real.
What?
And I'm like, this is me. This is my pain. I've come to tell you my pain. But I never got satisfied with that. And I was like, you know what? I'll keep knocking on therapist's door until I find that one person who'll hear me.
What? Exactly.
How
And
everyone should be.
that is what my therapist told me the first time we met. It's okay if you feel that we are not connecting, which is very important when you're talking to a therapist, that I will refer you to somebody else. Is for them is not about just the money. It's about actually helping people's lives.
Yeah.
Because if a therapist is just there to correct your money and listen to you and give you advice, and you're feeling the vibe is not there, then you're just wasting your time, your energy, because that just feels like you went out on the street and told somebody your problems and you paid them.
Yeah. Yeah. And like, especially when I'm talking about this, back at home, we pay for these services.
Yeah,
And sometimes you're like, you know what, I paid, I've made the first payment,
I've already paid.
I've opened up, and opening up for the very first time is always the toughest.
It
Creating
is.
a base for your conversation is always the toughest. So most of the time you feel like, I've tried at least to create some base with this person. Let me just continue seeing them.
I don't want to start over again.
Okay, just waste, even if you call it a waste your money as long as it gives you peace in here.
And value for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
There's a time I was speaking to my friends. I had my friends over for sleepover, and I was the saddest person ever living, but I was throwing the best party ever on that day.
yeah.
I was throwing the best party ever on that day.
Is it
And
a coping mechanism?
I just, for me, it was a coping mechanism. I was like, when the weekends come, this is because before me and my husband actually officiated things. When the
Yeah.
weekends come, I want my friends over. We're going to party, and we're going to. I'm
Yeah.
going. I was the best host. Like if I did not call, they will call me,
Yeah.
and I would provide everything. I was willing to provide. I'll just be like, you guys come.
Kujeni, yeah.
Niko na pombe, niko na chakula. I have. You just
I
come.
just need your company and sleep. Yeah.
Until she talked one day, we were just talking, and we used to play these card games, would do challenges, and you do a lot of things. It used to be fun back then, maybe because I was hurting a lot.
Mhm.
And this day, we were just talking. I don't know what we were talking about. And in between cooking, she was making pilau. And in
Mm.
between cooking, when she's doing the pilau meat, like mixing the meat up with the rice, she said,
Uh-huh.
"There's a story I actually had, which was so sad. Imagine someone threw themselves off a building, eighth floor." And I was like, really? Like, how would someone do that in life? Life is so good. And I noticed actually indirectly, she was speaking more into me than she,
Mhm.
than she
There
was
was
speaking
even maybe never a story.
who threw themselves off. In my mind, everyone is talking about at the moment, at that time, people are talking about how this was a bad thing. And in my mind, I'm thinking, she actually maybe has seen, because sometimes there are things people say and you're like, ameniona, like ameniona what actually I'm
Yeah.
going through. And and I was like, I need a self check. Like, I need to sit down with myself. I've been running away from myself for a long time. Now it's
Mm.
time to call Nelly to the table and start reasoning with myself and ask myself if this way is the best route to follow, where
Yeah.
you do until you black out, or there's actually a better way.
Yeah.
You know, I'm this one who chose, I never ever talk about what I'm going through. I'll drink myself to passing out. Like, I'll just be
Than
like,
talk.
because the party is in my house, no one is going to hurt me. That's why I called you guys, right? I'll drink myself to nilienda than I
Wow.
talk to someone. And that was my coping mechanism. Then on Saturday, that was Friday, Saturday. Then Sunday, I'm nursing hangover. Monday, I'm back to work.
Back to
And
work.
that is how I coped. And I was so unhealthy.
So
That was the
that
happy
friend
person.
caught your signs so early. That's nice. It's
I
like
was,
that she called you off your bullshit without you knowing. It's
ah,
like, what are you trying to mask? Really? What are you hiding from?
like,
Like, are you okay? But are you okay? Like, seriously.
yeah. And
Yeah.
so I feel like there are many things that people actually do that
Mm.
it's even through talking, or maybe my friends just saw the party life. It was really good. They never read into what I was going through as a person. Had she not talked about this person who threw themselves off the cliff of the
Yeah.
building, I
Yeah.
wouldn't have called a therapist myself.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Eh,
have seen my drinking as a negative thing, because for me it was like, we can't go happy to do.
this is the life. I have to balance. I have been working from Monday to Friday. It's
Why
my
am I
time to chill.
why am I being paid? I should have fun, and I should have fun. You only live once, so I'm living my pig. Guys,
Yeah.
like, I feel like sometimes when people do things, or when people um talk, they say much, or even just their actions, they say much into what they're going through, than we're
Mm.
actually reading as individuals, as people, and stuff. Miss
Mm.
Kenny says, in exchange your child, really sad, and unfortunately it happens a lot. So it's true, it happens. And
Yeah.
for me, like, especially, my heart breaks that this happens already.
Mm.
And I have never been in an abusive relationship, although I have been abused, and I know how abuse feels like.
Yeah.
I remember my last encounter with abuse, I was really hit, like nilipigwa kwa ukuta. I was thrown from that wall to that wall to that wall to that
Mm.
wall to that wall, and I did not even know if whatever was left of me was whole or broken. It was bad.
Yeah.
And if a man is able to do that, I think there are women who go through things like this every day.
Yeah. Mine was more emotional abuse. And that is even like,
That is
I
even
don't
worse
know
than physical abuse. Like, they're both
where.
worse, But emotional abuse ni ule mwenye they dig, they drill, they're constantly drilling your brain.
Uh-huh.
And the fact that they make it look like everything is wrong with you, and you're the one who's actually always doing the wrong thing. I can't bear that. Like, that
Yeah.
is worse. That's the worst form of, like, all abuse are bad, but that's the
Abuse
worst type
is
of,
the worst.
because this person will make sure by the time they're finished with you, you doubt your sanity, you doubt your worth, you doubt whether you're even enough or not enough.
You're finished by then.
You will sit in a class and ask yourself, I can't even do this. You'll go to work and you're like, why am I even here? I don't amount to anything. And that's, for me,
Yeah.
I just can't. How did you get to this point of just saying it's enough?
For me, I used to talk a lot to my then friends, but the way I used to talk about it, we used to talk about it, but I never used to take any action. And then I think one day I was just like, "Hiya, somebody is couch surfing in my house."
Mm,
Still, like online, for me, it's not just about physical cheating, but emotional cheating is even worse, especially now with social media.
yes, it's the same. Emotional or physical, it's all cheating.
So I'm like, and I'm feeding this person because basically they had come directly from motherland, so they were still not stable. So I was there financially for them and everything. But the moment they got a job and was stable or not even stable, they had a salary. They splashed on themselves. They would not even buy house, anything in the house, not even like food, nothing. I was like, hiya, I thought I was just supporting you. So by the time you're good, we can build the dream.
Yeah.
When I told my friend that, they were like, in this diaspora, you're housing a man like that? After all this? No, 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 no. Change the locks. So I took my opportunity. The person went back to motherland for a holiday, and when they came back, the locks were changed.
They went by themselves.
Hmm?
They went by themselves for holiday.
Yeah, they had gone. Yeah, because I couldn't. I was not in a place to go and fake it back
Uh-huh.
home. Like I'm in a good place with them.
Yeah.
So I just told them, you know what? Yeah, I've changed the locks, and when you come back, come pick your clothes. And that was it.
That's the best move.
For me, I was in our community, I was the bad person, but I was like, yeah, let me be the bad person, but I'm not gonna tell anybody, anything that happened. Let me continue being the bad person because they don't deserve it. When he was out there playing me, they were seeing it, but they were not protecting me. So why is it like now that it's over, they want my side of the story?
You know, for me, I usually say this, I do really appreciate my parents a lot. I don't know, it's
Yeah,
because I was raised with a different parents who thought differently or who saw things differently. But I felt like, as much as growing up gave me a lot of gave me an
emotional
eye
intelligence.
happens every day. Um, my parents have never seen me as a burden.
Yeah.
Even as like now with all my children, I am never a liability. My
No.
my mom always would tell me this when I was growing up and even up to now. I know love do exist and love is a beautiful, beautiful thing. And
Yeah.
I know abuse exists and abuse
Mhm.
is the worst thing ever. And my mom would always say,
Yeah.
never in your life, whether you are in Mars, Pluto, whichever planet,
Yeah.
never ever think you're not welcomed in your own home. Never
Wow.
be ashamed of saying, I walked out. Even
That's a
if
very
you're coming
good
from
safety
one
net
children, and it's not like you said, oh, I'm not going through the best life. They always just made sure it's clear
that you always have somewhere to fall back to.
that you always have somewhere to fall back to. And I usually say, when me and my husband, we lived together for like the longest time before we officiated things like, now let's get married.
Yeah.
And when when we did a lot of things together, we secured our life together. But when it came to now this time where we were moving abroad, and my mom and dad, we were both going to the airport together because they
Mm.
saw us off.
Yeah.
When that came, the time came where we were now checking in. My
Yeah.
dad, my husband to the side and said, "Take care of her." And no, she's
Eish,
welcome in my home any time of the day. But take
that
care of
affirmation for you.
never ever see her as a liability. She's not my
Eh,
liability.
wow.
I'm like, Dad, like, why would you do something like that? And she said, "No, son, I love you so much. But if there's
But
anything ever," and it's because they call him their son. My mom says
yeah,
my older son, because I have younger brothers, and now he's like, now my
yeah,
mom's their son, and my dad
yeah,
calls him son as well. And my dad said, "Son, I love you so much, but just know that, this is mine. And before when you touch her, you get my wrath." And I was like,
yeah.
we basically
Me,
that
a
we
big hold me, big me. Who are the family?
people said, when you're going out there, know you have a mother and you have a father. Those
Father, and you have a home to
and you
come
have
with.
and one gate is always open, never
Yes.
be end of coming back.
Wow.
And I feel like that is something very symbolic for us, especially being my dad's children, that one gate can be opened and closed with a key, and another one
Mm,
is always just left open.
open.
And
Yeah.
that, for me, that's very symbolistic. My dad has ladies, and it's like when things go south, that's the gate is open for you. Come in.
Yeah. Yeah.
You come
Wow.
in anytime. Let's get their comments. Before we get back to what Amita is saying, Amita is saying sorry in hugs. I think I'm pretty much, I'd just say abused, you never heal like once or completely
No.
heal, because there are parts of you that were hurt, you have scarred, and every day you learn to live with them. But I feel like the more you talk, the more you heal, the more you seek for help when you feel like, hey, I'm getting back down there where I used to feel like things are not okay. It's always good to know and have people who hold you accountable. People who know when you're not feeling okay, who tell you, know what, actually now I think let's go see somebody, let's go talk to somebody. Are you okay?
Yeah.
You are my wife. Are you okay? You are my
Yeah.
sister. Are you okay? We are doing this, but are you okay? You having those people in life are really so important. And for me, I feel like no one heals like and says, I totally healed.
No, no, no.
Because, like, for example, myself, I have even physical scars that I'll tell you, this happened, this happened. And because scars are always there to remind you of what you've gone through, you always
Yeah.
just have to know a balance of, I feel like I've like really invested my thought in thinking back on this, so let me just talk to someone. It doesn't mean you're crazy, no. It means you do recognize that those things actually really happened, and
Yeah.
you're trying to get better.
It's
And
even things like triggers. Like for me, like movies, like which have sexual predators or people being mistreated. Before, I wouldn't like watch that.
mhm.
But because there's the healing and the recognition of what happened, I'm able to recognize, okay, it's just a movie. This thing happened and it was one of the statistics, but that is not that you're stronger than this scenario right now. So it's still, even small triggers can just bring things up. So you never heal. You never heal like totally. Yeah.
Someone is saying the anger that comes with coping mechanism, the worst. Please speak about that. Um, I don't know. I would say, like, when something bad happens, you'll always there's an energy that you always have to just release, be
Mm.
it through crying, be it through shouting, be it through punching, be it through anything. And for me, I usually, and I think I commented this on the yesterday's live as well. Sometimes when you get heartbroken, you bleed even on people you're not supposed to bleed on.
Yeah.
You hurt even people you're not supposed to hurt, people who actually you should have cared about and cared about their feelings. And for me, most of the time, it could be the couple, your husband, your current husband, who you're bleeding on because of that relationship you never ever fixed, that healing you never ever sought, you know. And that is the worst pain, because you're doing it without knowing you're doing it, and after doing it, you always feel you're so sorry, but then you can't stop yourself because you always have to feed into that energy. You have to feed that, literally, you have to feed that energy.
Yeah.
And for me, I feel like when you notice that the level, maybe if it's a child, in this case, maybe you are in a relationship where someone would hit you, beat you up and stuff like that, and out of that relationship maybe came a child, and this child maybe somehow totally reminds you or looks like the father, exactly exact copy of the father. Thank God I don't have one. and
There
this
you on.
and this child looks like an exact copy of the father. There are many anger that you feel towards that person, but because they're you, maybe you can't reach them, you don't talk to them, you can't inflict that pain on them. You choose
Yeah.
indirectly, you find yourself inflicting that pain on that child without knowing.
Yeah.
And for me, when you start feeling like the child, especially I feel like with motherhood, I don't know if you're a mom, but I feel like with motherhood comes a lot of motherly intuitions where you
Mm.
want to protect and you want to love and you want to protect your child from everything that can come along their way. But if you
Mm.
feel like at some point whatever you're doing is not protecting but instead inflicting pain, then it's basically time to
Step
start
back.
for help.
Yeah.
Call yourself for a meeting, sit down with yourself and ask yourself, am I doing some justice to myself and my child? Because at the end of the day, you can always get out of relationships, but you can never undo or take back your child to the womb and say, I'll birth you again to a new father, I'll birth you again in a new environment, I'll birth you again to the most romantic ever conception ever found. You know, those are things
Mm.
you can never do. A child has been born, a child has to be born, and you always have to find a way of living with the heart and heal without bleeding on this beautiful innocent child that you have in front of you. And maybe when you heal, you'll not see them as a look-alike of their father, but you'll see them as someone you have to take care of and raise to be a responsible man who'll never do the same thing to
Yeah.
someone else's daughter.
I also think that coping mechanisms, they are,
Mhm.
all of them can be very unhealthy. Whether it's you keeping quiet, that's also not healthy.
Not
It's
healthy.
just as bad as the anger,
And
because
it's
it's
bad as the
still,
person also who goes outside to just, you know what, sleep it out.
yeah.
Men hurt me. I was called a prostitute. I'm just going to sleep with
Mm,
anyone. It's
right.
all of it is equally as bad.
All the coping mechanisms are bad, and they come out later on in life to like, they come out and expose themselves in your life. So if we don't take care of them and acknowledge them, they are going to affect the whole perspective of your relationships with people. It's not just the relationship with your spouse. Relationship here is with friends, at work. You can be like very happy to leave the house, you're going to work, but then you meet an asshole at work who reminds you of the thing your husband did. And then you end up in HR, and
Yeah,
it's all around your whole family, whole life. It's not just about your homestead. It's things that everywhere you are, that thing is going to follow you. So you need to like be able to know what is your coping mechanism, and is it healthy.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like all coping mechanisms are really bad because they draw you to the extreme.
Yeah.
Never just to drink wine and say I'm enjoying my wine. You're always drinking to get drunk, to forget about something. um if it's sleeping around, someone did this to me, he cheated, I'm going to sleep with as many men and I'm going to make them feel as useless as they can. You forget at the end of the day you're actually the one
Yeah.
hurting most than what you whoever you're trying to think you're hurting. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Yeah.
And emotional coping mechanism of just choosing to be quiet, choosing to
Mm.
stomach everything in is the worst.
You to blow up.
When I first went for my therapy session, my very first, after the one that the lady was like, I actually feel like this
Dismissive.
is more exaggerated. When I now found a therapist that we talked and connected,
Mm.
I could not say anything on the first day apart from the fact that I am a flowing lava. I feel like I'm a that the one that has been boiling
Mhm.
out.
Mhm.
That is the only thing I would say. When she asked now, how do you feel? I said, I feel like a lava that is about to explode. Like it's been cooking for a long time. And I just don't know how to just release everything out, you know?
Yeah.
And it's because you take in and again it goes back to being, I was like, am I going to be the very first person who says, you know what, life is unfair? Am I going to be the very person who says what, I'm not okay? Am I going to be the very first person who's known for she's seeking therapy? I never, and because people never say they do, so you always
Yeah.
are so afraid of
But
saying,
don't talk
I
about it.
relate to this, I relate to this problem. You know,
Mm.
yeah, these conversations, you want to protect yourself already by saying, oh my gosh, do people go through that? Instead of saying, I actually, someone, this person
Relate.
is courageous. Let me try and also sort healing for myself, And,
Mm.
and I feel like when we stomach a lot, just because you're trying to protect the image you have, sometimes it's because you kind of maybe have been known to have had the best wedding ever, the
Mm.
best marriage ever, the best marriage affair ever, the best happily ever told story. I'm just like, when it comes to abuse, everyone, be it a man or a woman,
Mm.
just choose to talk about it, choose to be heard, then let yourself drown to an extent that you cause yourself pain without knowing,
Yeah.
without knowing. And guys, again, I have not gone through an abuse by a spouse or something. But
Mm.
I have had cases where I stomached a lot. I remember I used to do blood donations, and
Yeah.
if I was not drinking, or every time I went to work, I used to carry needles and I'll be poking this finger on top
What?
here. And up to now, I still have like a scar on it. And that was like something that would feed on my it's kind of like a counter active thing that I'll do because I'm feeling so much upset, so I inflict pain and then I feel okay.
Yeah.
It's like when some people choose to take drugs,
Or cut their wrist.
exactly. And for me it was like, just continue poking, no one will ever see it. Actually, no one gets to see it, actually. No one
Yeah,
ever,
because like when will
because
somebody look at your fingertips?
it's
Right?
because I just, it's like, the way they do the blood tests,
Yeah.
I just would do the same
Just
thing. I'll just be doing this, and I would do the same thing over and over and over again. And for me, it never was like I'm hurting. I'll look at the blood and I would like be like, oh,
ah,
it's really
okay.
bleeding. Oh, and that would be like something that taps me back to, actually, you are alive.
You still have blood and you are still donating and you are praying.
I'm like, you're actually alive. Or I'll go for blood donation and I'll choose different other spots because just to see that blood pumping out of my body, I'll be like, actually, I'm here.
What?
I
So were you donating blood because you thought it's cool? Like wow, I see my blood running out of my body. Like Yeah, this. Or were
Point,
you doing it for health purpose?
at some point, I was doing it because I believe in the cause that when you have something and someone does not have, we should help them.
Okay.
But then, because I noticed alcohol was the wrong thing for me to do, I
Hmm.
chose blood donation as a way of reminding myself that I need to exist. Because
Wow.
somehow, for me, seeing blood flowing into that bag and filling up would,
Hmm.
I don't know, kind of wake me up to the fact that this can actually happen and they can actually be normal anytime or something like that.
Yeah. Wow.
And that's why I'm saying any coping mechanism is not okay. You know,
No.
never notice you actually do. For you, for me, it was like someone needs blood, so let's go give blood. Someone needs blood, let's go. But you don't see that the fact, because you're so tired. I was so tired of, what is it,
Yes.
meeting myself on my finger. So I
Mm.
chose this other way where, I'm sitting there.
Mm.
There are people.
So
We're
you're
doing.
convincing yourself you're doing a good thing, but
I'm
how
doing a
good
good
is
thing,
it
but
for
I'm
yourself?
only myself.
Yeah.
And so when at some point I'm sitting somewhere with my stepsister, and we are waiting for the water bucket to fill up, and I'm like, I feel like falling down. Hold me. And my sister is like, stop being a joke. I'm like, hold me. I feel like falling down. And my sister is like, you know what? You joke a lot. Can you be serious? And I collapsed.
And you had just given blood. What?
That is, I gave blood the day before, where I was told I look like I have less, but I justified why I needed to give that blood. And then the next day, I'm here, I'm being with my sister, and my sister is like, "What?"
Yo.
you know. But every,
Wow.
every coping mechanism is not right.
No, it's not healthy.
Every coping mechanism is not right. And that's what I'm saying. For me, every day, every day, every day, I'd always say, if an abusive relationship, walk out of it.
Yeah.
If you're hurt before and you never sought healing, seek it because you need it. You need to be healthy for the next relationship you're getting into. You need to
Yeah.
be healthy for yourself as an individual, for the people you're going to meet in future, because you don't want to bleed on them. You don't want to hurt them because you hurt before. If if you feel like you're not okay, just say, I'm going to see a therapist. And you feel free to even talk about how your therapy session was, because it's normal. It's just saying, I realize, I've noticed I am not okay, and I've
Yeah.
chosen to speak about it. Because
Yeah.
things do happen in life and we don't choose them. Or sometimes it's a road we chose, and then we notice the turn was not the one we wanted to turn to, you know?
No.
So I feel like it's okay to say, you know what, I was thinking I'm heading the right way. I wasn't heading the right way. I'm taking a step back to heal, and then
Yeah.
if I can move forward, then just say, I'm going to just move forward.
And always do things for yourself before you want to do it for somebody else. Because if you do something for you, you'll accomplish it more
Yeah,
wholeheartedly than if
yeah,
you're saying, "Oh, my husband told me I need to change my attitude." So you're changing it for him,
for
not
him.
for yourself. So it's not gonna last, trust me.
No, 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 it can't. It cannot last. For me, this is hard. Like, it's hard to, I'll just say, for me, when I had, after nikishaza mtoto wangu, what I decided to do, as much as I was providing, I
Yeah.
was in a place I would say I can provide and do everything, because it kind of motivated me to try and be my best,
Yeah.
self-sufficient, be self-sustainable. And I know I have this grit of, as a woman, I need to be I have to be able to stand for myself, be it
Yeah.
financially, be it emotionally. Be I don't like being dependable on someone else. Like, everything I have has to depend on somebody. It's like, it can be, we can create something together, but I want something I can call, this is my career. You
Yeah.
understand? This
Yeah.
is mine. something that I have been able to create for myself. And I feel like it comes from
Even in the village,
lack.
women are always told, remember to have something that is yours. No
Yeah,
matter how much your husband is providing, have your thing. Have something that is yours. That if he, anything happens, you have something that you call yours.
was not
Whether
your
it's that going to the
right.
market to sell your cabbage, that's yours. You
Yeah,
know, having something, it's very important.
yeah. So like for me, when after I had my baby,
Yeah.
I called my mom and I
Mm,
was like, I would need you to take care of this baby. I'll be providing, but I need
yeah.
to be okay.
Yeah.
I need to be okay. And that was not the easiest thing to ever do. I know how emotionally draining it is because you
Yeah.
always have to be the one who calls and says, "Is everything okay? Did you guys did this happen? Um, Call me when this is happening so I can also be there on the call. Do this. Did this happen? Was this done? You understand? But I feel like sometimes when you're hurting and you realize
Mm.
actually that you're hurting, it's good to separate yourself from the situation and work on yourself so
That's very mature.
you don't cope.
It's very mature to do that. It takes a lot of guts to
Yeah,
even like the way you're saying, give your responsibility to somebody else so that you can heal and be in a better place to take care of this baby. Because if you continue being this in not in a stable place, this child is never going to receive the best of you. Is not ever going to get the best out of you.
yeah, yeah. I feel like for me at that point, these days I'm like, wow, I grew up, I matured a lot for the age I was at that time.
Yeah.
I feel these days when I look back because I needed to be sane for my own self before I would be available and present to totally say, you know what, I am
Mm.
now a mother for
Wow.
a long time.
Yeah.
And it was
Wow.
not the easiest thing to ever do, but these days I am so grateful before because it gave me time to hurt, it gave me time to cry, it gave me time to try and seek whatever I thought like could have made me happy. It gave me time to realize, relearn this new me that was hurt, was broken, was this and was messy, and get to love myself
Yeah.
and everything that had happened to me. Like love myself of whatever is left. And
Mm.
tell myself, you need this grace to be able to move on.
Yeah.
So I would completely say, you know what? I'm a mom. I gave birth. I'm strong. I can do this. Yes, I was there. I was out there. I was grinding. I was hustling. I was doing all of these things. I was trying my best, but I needed to be by myself
Wow.
before I would say, you know what, I'm this, I got this. Women, we are very strong people. We can
Yeah.
do we are born for this. I felt like that was me before I gave birth. I felt like every woman who walks out and says, I'm going to try and be better, I felt like they were doing an injustice. But then
Right?
when I left mine behind and said, I'm going to be better, I'm going to try and work on myself, let me try and figure things out for myself. I felt like that I realized another woman that existed in me than the
Yeah.
one I had seen, the one that was broken, the one that was hurting, the one that was out there to do everything for herself. There's
Yeah.
another one I realized inside me than the one that I was seeing with every day when I woke up. The one who look on the mirror and say, "Today we are going to win. Today we are going to do this." I hustled like a lion that was out to just get everything. I wanted to get
Everything.
everything. If it's money, let it just come. Like I never wanted to feel insecure and lack.
And there's also should like people need to understand the balance between being selfish and being selfless.
Yeah.
Because what you're saying is like it's not that you are selfish, but it's
No,
because you are selfless. Like
No,
you
I
you
think
needed
it's
you,
a
you
combination
needed
of two.
yeah, you needed both of them.
And I feel like, especially when it comes to motherhood, especially now that I'm a mom, I feel like sometimes you have to try and be a little bit selfish,
Mm,
because there's a person that existed before you became a parent. There's the
right?
you that was there first. And what
Yeah.
happens is, because you become a mom and now everything starts piling up and you have responsibilities and stuff, you tend to forget who you used to be, what you used to love, what you used to do before becoming a parent. You
Yeah.
understand? So for me, it's a combination of both. It's being selfless and it's also being selfish.
Yeah.
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 I feel like if you want to take, it's okay. It's totally okay, because I realized, as much as I hurt, there was a big lesson that waited for me to learn. And
Yeah.
I learned that lesson the hard way, but at least I learned that by the time I was reassuming my position, I was a mom, but I was an away mom. But by the time
Yeah.
I was totally accepting, now my like now I'm willing, I'm ready, I'm ready to take up back my responsibilities completely and fully. I was ready
100.
for that time.
Mm,
Yeah.
wow. Wow.
And that is why I say, if you have parents, talk to them. Let them sometimes understand. Or, parents sometimes, they don't. Sometimes you'd ask your mom to do something and they'll just always do it for you.
Yeah.
Sometimes we don't say, because we feel like, a mother always cares for her children. Sometimes you
Mm,
feel protect, but if you ask them for a favor, they'll always grant it to you.
yeah.
So
Selflessness. Yeah.
don't ever feel terrible that you have to separate yourself from whoever you are currently to seek that person who you should be, just because this other responsibility or anything has come about. You understand?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you can't give. I usually tell my kids, for example, you can't give what you don't have. You can't pour
You can pour from an empty cup.
an empty cup.
Mm,
You need to be full to be able to pour, and when you're running out, you need to seek for more.
yeah.
And it's the same as emotionally and mentally, and how just life as a whole should balance out.
Yeah. Yeah.
The relationship, you need to be able to feed into each other. He pours into
Right.
you, you pour into him. He pours into you, you pour into him, so that there's a balance between everything. Not just you're the one giving, you're the one loving, you're the one serving, you're the one washing, you're the one cleaning, you're the one, and he's not doing anything. It has
And
to be.
it's never 50-50. There's always somebody who has a better strength in something than others. But that doesn't mean that that person should never step up and try and what, like for example, if my partner is not good in the kitchen, but I know they were not starving before we met, were they? No. That
Definitely.
means like or were they living in a messy house? They
And then
they
never
might
have
not do
it
it at the
for
same
themselves.
level as I'll do it, but I would appreciate if I come home and there is some food, whatever kind of however it's made and it's
Like
edible, you're going to
salad.
eat it. They're not
Even,
waiting for me,
you know,
you know? Yeah.
me, I think, I don't know, culturally, I'll just say, I've seen men in my, and my grandfather would say this, um men in my community are always raised, were raised, not now, were,
Mm, or
and I'm
yeah.
talking about times when my grandfather used to live. He's now late, may his soul rest in peace, but my grandfather
Mm,
would say, men in this community, my grandfather would cook for my grandmother, take food, go to the garden, with my grandmother and stuff.
yeah.
Much as he had another wife,
Mm,
there was a good balance where they would
yeah.
bring food and eat together. We never had like this shosho is eating by themselves and this shosho is eating by themselves. No.
No, no.
So my grandfather would say, men of the men who are being raised in this community, they
Mm,
want you as the woman to basically become their slave. You cook for them,
right.
you wash for them, you clean for them, you do everything for them, to an extent that even if you have a boyfriend, someone who has not, by then there was nyombo,
Officiating.
which is
Yeah.
basically the man takes the cows to your home, and then everything is agreed on, and then
The
you
rituals,
officially.
the marking the territory
Yes,
rights. Yeah. Yeah.
my grandfather would say, even before they bring the cow, the
Mm.
woman who had gone already establishing a relationship is already cleaning for this man, washing for this man.
So these things haven't started now.
Oh, and my grandfather would say, so what are we coming to marry? We're coming to marry you because there's an additional service you're bringing, or and and it's because there's a submission we give that it's just like when before I was here, how are you living?
Where are you living?
Were you not eating? Were you not cooking?
Right.
Were you not feeding yourself? I'm just like,
And
no.
then now in this age, we also go to work the same hours they go to work.
Yeah. And you bring
So
income the way they bring income. And thank God,
yeah,
in Europe, basically, for example, where I live, men and women are paid equally. Like
right?
there's that equality.
It's
So
that
whenever you're at
balance.
the table, if I'm in the same position, I'm bringing the same income home.
Uh-huh.
So why when we come home, I'm the one to cook, clean, wash the kids? No, it's not right.
That means I'm working more than I'm being paid for in the end of the day.
I have to give, you have to give. I pour, you pour. I pour, you pour. I pour, you pour. And I
Exactly.
think that's the only way that life needs to happen. Let's
Mm.
get the comment section. We have amazing people watching. Thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate this. Aminta is saying I can highly recommend pages I follow on IG like Nedra Wams. I actually check on that. Love Attraction Live. I'll also check that. Alex Ele, also just manifesting things upon yourself, affirmations just for anyone who needs awareness. I think that's
Okay,
really
we'll check it out after this.
nice.
Yeah.
Awareness for yourself. I think that's really a nice comment right there. I'll pin that
Mm.
up. But Amita is saying attachment styles and love languages, personality tests are ways to um, also to of ways of just also trying to figure out how you approach relationships, love, work, etc. But do this with a pinch of salt.
Oh yeah, I've done the attachment style and personality test for my therapy. And it was so like,
Can you tell us about?
wow. It was an eye opener because I'm like, hiya, you want to tell me there is a word for what I do, of the type of person I am. I am a dismissive avoidant, but I'm trying to like move away from that
Mhm.
by therapy. Therapy has really helped me like from moving from more from dismissive, because being dismissive is also how you approach relationships, every
Mhm.
type of relationship, and avoiding like if something is not going my way, me I'll just go to hell with that, we move regardless.
Haukugongelea hapo na mshumari.
Naendelea na maisha. And
Son.
coming from those kind of toxic relationship, I had stopped building relationship because once I get a red flag or I feel insecure, I'm already hitting the road. I'm not ready to like work or like get to know the person. I'm like, one thing that triggers me, I'm out.
You're
I'm
out.
already like, yeah. So I don't know. Maybe
I
my
think for me, the kind of
soulmate was my
that's very
soulmate was along there, but I dismissed him already. So yeah, there was very good test to do. But as she says, take them with a pinch of salt because they are how do I say, the algorithms of how they put them together, they might not be 100% when you read the explanations.
okay. I think
Yeah.
for me in life generally, I find it really hard to create friends. Um,
Ah.
because um because I feel like my first ever case of betrayal was in friendship, and if it
Mm,
were not for friends, I could have not been or started life the way I started life or everything, and
yeah.
that was the greatest betrayal ever. And so I am pretty much. very comfortable being alone.
Being alone. You and me both.
I am those people who I would make myself a picnic. I'd put my wine down. I'd put my whatever, and I would just be like, I'm having me a nice time.
Right? I
Quality.
even go to the movies alone and people are like, huh? Are you crazy? Oh, what? How? Why?
And I feel like to some extent, it's really not good because sometimes they're like, you need to know what friends actually do out here. But then these days, I'm now trying to open up. I'm accommodative to having people around me, but
Yeah.
also comes with this part of I would open up to having friends, but I'll never. It'll be really hard to bring you into what's really, really happening
Yeah.
in my
Into
life.
it. Yeah.
You
How
understand?
do I say, the filtered version? Like,
I would
not
rather,
everything.
rather I am 100% always telling people go for therapy because me, I would rather go to my therapist and even talk about what I'm planning to do.
Right? Me too. I don't know why.
Party, and I'm just like, I'm coming here to open up, things that I feel uncomfortable telling people, I can always talk about them right here. And
Exactly.
and I feel like it's something I need to break off from, but I feel like to some extent it gives me that security
Security.
that I know that before I do something, I've had time to think about it,
Mm,
um, to meditate upon it.
mm.
It might take me time. There are things if you tell your friend, they'll be like, "Oh, you just go and do it," because by the time you're thinking about it for yourself,
Yeah.
um, you tend to take a long time. And for me, by the time I come and tell you I'm planning to do this, it's actually work in motion. I'm done with the thinking process. Like I took time, I thought about it. And I feel like as much as it can be bad not to be that open to people, sometimes
Mm.
it has protected me a lot from
Yeah.
a lot of things.
You
Um,
learn the hard way.
Another thing I know for certain I am is I don't cling to relationships. No,
No.
I don't. I don't cling to relationships. Even when it comes, and this is really sad now that I'm saying it, even when it comes to marriage and lifetime unions, I
Mm.
don't cling to it in a way that if something is not working for me,
You're
and I
going
feel
to
like
walk out.
whatever reason why we started, everything is not working. I'm like, girl, I'm out.
You know what I did?
To another extent,
I read or I listened to the subtle art of not giving an F.
mm,
You know that book?
yeah,
It's
I've had it. I've not read it though, actually.
I was like, yo, what? So it's okay for me not to give an F? Wow. Thank you very much for telling me that because what?
I
Sentiment and not giving an F have now become my dose of okay, there is that balance, but there are those things I'll be like, okay. And I'll move on. And
there's an extent to which you can work on something, and
yeah,
I do say, don't give up on something you have created. You
no,
know, for example, family relationship. By the time you know someone to an extent of coming to marry them,
yeah,
that's something. That's not
yeah.
a memory you can just throw
Wake up
away.
and yeah,
But if you feel like you have worked on it and it's not working, girl, me, I'm just like, you know what? This did not work out.
no. You
I'm out.
did you tried saving it, but the boat is still sinking. Yeah.
The only people I know I cannot walk out from is the ones that came from my tummy.
The motherhood.
but,
You fight
but
till you die.
yeah, because people live a sad, I would say pathetically sad life because you want to keep something. You want to keep something because you created it together. You want to keep people are so much afraid of losing,
Sentiment, yeah.
so much afraid of starting afresh. People
Mm,
are so much afraid of what will people say. For me, I feel like I don't know. Maybe I started life by experiencing the worst pain ever, and these days I'm just like, if I work on it, it does not work. The universe is just telling me, child, walk away. It's not for you. You know, I do support relationships. I do support working for you for better, for worse. But if it gets to a point where you feel like this is not what we started in the first time to when you all started, how it's going on is not what we planned. Because I have like people who say he beats me up, he abuses me in front of the kids. I'm like, why are you still there? Why are you still staying?
Yeah.
You know, it's no. Me, I'm just like next. So
Yeah.
I think also for me being around many people in form of friends kind of sucks my energy. I can operate well on one to one person or maybe three maximum. Am I wrong? I think you're not wrong at all. You're just someone who knows where you perform much more better and how you interact. You might where you're able to maximize your capacity, you know, your potential as a person. And I feel like it's not wrong. It's not wrong at all. Some people are extroverts, some people are introvert extroverts, some people are totally extroverts, and it's okay to know where your personality is, as much as you might have friends who have this different type of personalities. And I feel like if you want to force yourself to become who you're not, you can't make it. You can't make it. No,
Yeah.
it's not
It
possible.
it will show itself finally when you start forcing things.
I'm
Move
interested.
like the wind.
We both move like seriously. Like I think it's the best thing to ever do. Like we work on things. We really like when we me. I don't easily give up on something. You understand? I put my best foot and I put my best in,
Yeah.
and I'm like ride or die when it's working out. If it's
Yeah.
not, try and solve it. If it's beyond solving, because the reason I'm saying it gives me peace because I know I tried to work on it. And this point, if you hurt me, I'll come and tell you, by the way, here, you did me wrong. I think next time if you do something like this, I might not be here again.
Mm.
Or we'll have this conversation and I'm not like so like, oh, you should not. I'm not like that.
No.
I just feel like I think when we get to this point, I feel like you've gone overboard. And next time when we have this type of conversation and you're still like this, I think we just know more.
I how do I say, I notify people who are worth saving the relationship for. But if it's people who are like I just met like 5 minutes ago, I'm not going to explain myself to you. I would just cut myself off and you'll never hear from me.
One.
Yeah, but if we build something, I will let you know.
Aminta is saying, oh Rose, thank you for being so selfless. You sounded on this conversation so well. Bless, of course, everyone on here and our great host with the soothing voice, Nelly. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
Amina.
Seriously, Rose, thank you so much for being here because this is such a nice conversation. And
Yeah.
like I said, this is something that many people choose not to talk about
Yeah.
because people feel like I need to protect. You know, we're told be strong, you're a woman, you can do this. But no one ever tells you that when you start hurting, you actually burn like a fire that like a wild forest fire that cannot be extinguished
And you
in,
burn everything on the way. You
and
take
you
everything
burn
with you.
everything along with be it your relationship, be it your family that you're currently loving, you burn everything. And so I feel like this is really a nice conversation to have. I wanted to ask you, out of the experiences you've gone through or whatever you've gone through, what is the one biggest lesson you always say, this is one thing I must never forget?
Myself.
Yeah.
I think forgetting myself, who I am, and my happiness. If
Uh-huh.
I start doing that,
Mhm.
then I know that, yeah. it's time to like have a meeting with myself, or like really like check in with yourself, with myself, because I've noticed like if I'm good, if I'm happy, if I'm in a happy place, I'm
Mm-hmm.
productive in all aspects.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter whether it's like, oh, it's raining, and I would think, oh, let me go out and run. I'll be thinking, if I'm happy about myself, I give better. Even at work, I'm more productive. So if in all the situations I've been in, being happy and being myself has been some of the things that I would say that have been very important to me, because those are the things that always bring me back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay. That's so beautiful.
yeah,
That's so, so beautiful. I think for me, it's I more or less the same myself,
yeah.
and also telling myself that I've hurt enough not to hurt again.
Enough is enough. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, I've
Mhm.
gone through enough that I just cannot let myself go through another one.
Yeah.
And I'm so, I think I'd say I am so kind with myself.
Mm.
I'm able to, I allow myself to lose, if
Yeah.
that makes sense. If it makes me
Yeah.
feel better,
Yeah.
I allow
Yeah.
myself to lose, even if it's a relationship I had thought it pains.
It pains, but
It pains because you take your time. This is places you invest your time, you invest your energy, you invest yourself. But I allow myself to lose if I feel like this is just not
and
working for me.
and that's one word somebody told me, and I've never thought about it before. The word invest. I
Mhm.
always used to take invest as a word that is only financial, but it's not. It's
No,
all aspects
it's
of
your
life.
time, it's your
Energy,
your energy.
whatever.
You're being present in that other person's life, be it
Yes.
through a phone call, through a physically, in whichever way. It can also be financial, but it's a
Yeah.
lot of things. For
Yeah.
me, like right now, you have invested your time to be here with
Mm.
you.
Yeah.
Understand? It's
Mm.
not something I can take for granted. But then there
Yeah.
comes a time where you feel like whichever place you are, you're
Yeah.
taking for granted.
Mm.
And there's nothing as bad as when you feel like you're trying to contribute and your energy is not appreciated. You know?
Right?
Yeah. I can't stomach that. And that's what I'm saying. For me, it's much more easier to just say, you know what? I think I did. I remember there's a friendship. We were laughing about it with my husband just recently. There's a relationship I created of friendship.
Yeah.
And I was really invested in this friendship relationship that
Yeah.
we pretty much very close. And it really was so heavy to break it off. And I was like, I remember writing the message to that friend of mine and saying, I feel like I've been the season we were supposed to be friends or know each other. It wasn't like things had gone totally south. No. But I felt like it was when you have that intuition of it's just about to get worse.
Yeah.
It's just about something is just about to go wrong. It's not just what
Mm.
when we're talking, it's not the same and stuff. And so I was like, you know what? I really appreciate the time we've been together. And this is basically what I wrote. Really appreciate, and if you're here, just know that is why. I appreciate the time we have been together. I really appreciated what this relationship meant to me and to both of us as well. But I feel like I need to take a step back and
Yeah.
work on myself
Mm.
so that I'm ready for this level of friendship, because I feel like where we are, I'm missing out on something that I should be bringing in, or I mean, a capacity that should, like, to which we can relate. You understand?
Wow.
So let
Wow.
me take some time and work on myself, and also try and reevaluate if this friendship should continue. If it
Yeah.
should continue, I'll contact you. Don't feel the rush to contact me. But if I don't get to contact you, just know I'm cheering you out there.
Mm.
You have my support. I'll always root for you. I still do. but not at this level where we get to know.
No.
And
Wow.
that was hard because when you have known someone and you have really known someone, it's really hard to come to that time, because for me it's a loss. It's a
Even
big,
for you to acknowledge that and be able to approach it in that level of maturity is like, wow, you
it's
know?
it, it's not an easy loss at all.
No.
It's a friendship I still feel like I wish I could have we could have worked through things, through something or whatever. But then there are times that comes in a relationship where you just feel like if you have a conversation, your thoughts are never aligned. If you are planning something, there's no alignment in that conversation. And I feel like for
Mm.
me, as of now, the person I am, family is the greatest thing that I have, and friendship is something I can always lose and gain. So I just choose
Yeah.
battle.
Wow.
I just choose my battle. So it's the things you try, because these are places where you try and break boundaries and say, you know what, I'm this personality, but for this type of reason, let me try and open up, open up
Yeah.
just a little bit, open up just a little bit. But then you get to realize that either the level to which they are, maybe your reasoning is surpassing the level, or
Yeah.
your reasoning is undermining, is under their reasoning. And I
Yeah.
think you need to be all at the same place to be able to equally point to one another,
Right.
without one person feeling like, "Oh, every time we talk, it's like my energy sucked off. Every time we talk,
Hmm.
when am I going to end this call? I'm just so I just don't want to be drained that much myself now.
Yeah. Those are healthy boundaries too.
So I feel like it's a hard thing to do, but it's a needed thing. It's sometimes,
Mm.
I don't know, maybe it's too selfish, but again, like I said, I've become so comfortable with my company that I'm willing to go that.
But if it's going to cost you your mental well-being, well, let it go out of door.
I'm 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 so comfortable with my own space to an extent that if I have to just, because again, like I said, I always don't ever want to forget where I've been before.
Yeah.
How bad those places can be. Places where your mind is thinking suicidal thoughts. It's not a nice place to be.
No,
And
no,
that will get me closer to a feeling like I don't like who I'm becoming. I don't like what I'm doing. No,
no.
no. I can't be just the only person who's always wrong. And you can't be the only person who's always correcting me.
Yeah,
There's something is not balancing,
yeah,
you know?
yeah, yeah.
So, or I can't be just the only person who's always saying, oh, you did not do this, you forgot this, you should
Ah,
read this. When
that's
it's
draining.
or you towards yourself, or you towards them, it's not a balance, I
Yeah,
feel.
that's really draining.
I mean, so it's saying, having meeting with yourself, board meeting in your head, call the your own senses together, because we spend so much time in our minds. Make it a safe space to thrive.
Yes.
You have said, you have said like just the best thing ever, like just the best thing ever. Like however busy life gets, I feel like take your time. Like for example, myself, motherhood is so, it's such a big task. It's a big responsibility. But my kids and my husband know when I get to the bathroom,
Mm.
it's my me time.
You don't have that space under the one I've seen kids usually put their hands in, like, Mother, are you still there?
No, these days I lock because my Daniel comes and even flushes the toilet and say,
Ah,
look,
you're
look,
done.
look, look. I'm just these days I'm just like shoot,
Lock
it's
it.
time. Or I'm going to these long baths where I'm just like me, my mind, and the shower, because then I
Aw.
know Daniel does not like the water flowing from
Overhead. Yeah.
very high. So I know if I put the shower to my height, he's
Uh-huh.
not coming in. And no one else is. And for me that's the best. you must find time as an individual for your own self. You must find that time for your own self. It's important.
Mm.
um Tony, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate this. Tupo nyonyo, tupo nyonyo, tupo nyonyo. I mean, I know that feeling after my surgery this year. I just felt I had to let some people go. I'm an investor also in friendship, relationships. Breaking up with long term friends is the hardest. Girl, when
Yeah.
you get to that point where you just feel like this is just like draining, do it. And for me, I believe in this thing that we have seasons. I usually tell my kids, God was not stupid to just put planting, sowing, and digging
The
season
same. Yeah.
and digging season. Even in
It is
life,
a reason.
the same should apply.
Yeah.
Sometimes my son comes and tells me, sometimes I know, sometimes when we're talking, he says something like, these days I just don't feel like playing with them, because sometimes we go through this, he's super active, hyperactive.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
You have like this group of friends that it's all I'm going to see so and so, and he invests in his friends.
Wow.
Like he'd be those people who always remember their friend's birthday, write them a card. And then one day they're just like, you haven't checked on your friends so and so. And be like, I just felt like I just am tired. I just don't feel like talking to them anymore. So I always tell them it's not wrong to feel so. There's seasons for everything. There's a season to which you're someone's friend, and then there's a season where you have to try and be by yourself or meet someone else. So allow
Yeah.
yourself to do the same, because life is one big puzzle that we're all just trying to put pieces together. It's work, it's family, it's children, it's relationship, it's what you want to wear, it's what you're giving out, it's your legacy, it's when I die, what do I want to leave behind? It's everything you're working for just to work for yourself.
Yeah.
You want to become a part of something, and to carry a baggage of things that weigh you down, be it a marriage that weighs you down, a spouse that always think like, when you're preparing for a meeting, they're like, oh, you're the worst, you're the worst, you always give a worst representation. I think this one you didn't do well. I think this you didn't write very well. I think this is so bad. I think you should please don't
Well,
carry those people. No, they
you don't need that kind of energy.
do
Life
you.
is hard enough.
I'm into saying I'm laughing so hard.
And that was the toilet thing.
Mine, I sometimes I'm just like, I have books. I actually have books. I don't know. Am I weird? I have books in my bathroom. Am I weird?
No, no, but that's totally, that's totally, if you have the space, why not?
Am I weird?
These days people do that with their phones.
So,
You'll
like,
go to the toilet and you're holding your phone, you even forget you were there for an hour.
I do feel like it's actually a nice place that if you take your time to just think. For me, there's something about that whole room of shower and toilet and just everything together that
Yeah,
really is amazing. And it kind of feeds in you a good energy.
yeah.
Because not only do you get to reflect, because no one will actually, although my husband can have coffee sometimes when I'm in the bathroom, but
Mm.
but here's the thing. There's nothing as good as just staying in a place that you feel a sense of quiet, stillness, that even
Mm,
your mind is able to process everything that's happening. And for me, that is the bathroom
wow.
when I'm running. Because then I don't run with my earphones on my ears. I run without my earphones. But it's because I want to, as much as I want to grasp the nature, I also want to have
Be
some time
present.
with myself. The
Mm.
the me that
Oh,
the me that is not home. It's my pace now. It's my heartbeat, my pace, my everything. And for me, it's all connected together. The
yeah,
stamp of my feet, the way my heart beats, my speed and my mind are all interconnected. And I feel like I get more time to
time
reason.
to vision.
Oops. Oh, what happened? Ah, sorry. Can you come back? Can you come back to 54? Rose, try joining back again. Um, Aminta says, me and you signed the same WhatsApp, but I started allowing myself to be real. If it's not working, it's not for my peace of mind. That doesn't make me a bad person. Energies are important. I feel like that's really, really, really true. Like whatever energy you're getting or you're feeding yourself is really important because you don't want to suck yourself dry. The relationships where you feel like the relationship is the tick and you are the cow, and it's just sucking blood and sucking blood and sucking blood and sucking blood and sucking blood, and then before you know it, they never stop sucking. And I feel like in life there has to be a balance again, like where you give and you get, you give and you receive, you give and you receive, you give and you receive. I don't know if there's anyone who's ever been in a work relationship which is more or less the same as what we're talking about. If you have, please come. That, that office job that would drain you, suck your energy and stuff like that, come, let's share about it. Hilda, karibu sana. Rose, please come back, I'm waiting for you. Yeah, so what we're talking about is relationships and work, and basically your mental health balance in the same platforms, work and relationship. And if you have anything to contribute for us with regards to that, I'd really appreciate. But yeah, and actually back to my friend's story, the one I was telling you about. She is now remarried to a very amazing, loving husband, and we always now just laugh about all of this situation. Like, oh my gosh, I was so blind. Like, I never saw this for what it was. So now she is like totally stable in her relationship. And the child is also like well grown with a different father figure now, not the same man. With the guy, I don't know whatever happened. We never kept in touch. We never kept in touch. But with the lady, now she is like perfectly doing okay. And again, if you're watching this, is it Amita who had shared with us about places where you can find Rose, reduce the volume. Rose,
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Hold it.
yeah, so that isinini isikuwe na echo. Just reduce the. But thank you so much for doing that. Inanisaidia sana sana sana. Um,
Yeah. I know I got a call. I'm on my phone. And then I was like, oh,
no
yeah,
worries.
sorry.
I'm trying to look.
Um, hello? Nelly Amanda.
Unaisikia? Pole sana.
Oh,
This thing is always so silly. I don't know what happened. And now all the
ah,
are gone as well. Ah, sijui nini may happen.
uh-huh. On your side. Yeah, you had gone off
Yeah, comments
of the
zangu
screen.
zimepotea zote, but ni sawa, let's continue. Amita pia ameshangaa. Pole sana. I don't know what happened. Streamer did something so funny and I don't know what happened. Nikabaki nimeenda. Najipata ati enter broadcast again. But hapana, stima ipotea huku. I don't know what happened. It just
Oh,
I just found myself out of the broadcast, but I was still live and not on the screen. It
is
kind
it
of
Finland who sells electricity to other countries or it's Norway?
maybe it's Norway.
Yeah,
But
they have
Finland
so much
has like a
surplus.
very good power supply. I've never heard of any cases of power
Sure.
shortage or anything.
No.
We have like
Yeah.
many, many rivers and lakes, so
Yeah.
pretty much stable. So hapana systematic. Lese ni comment. Mtu alikuwa ameweka ile attachment ya pages to follow and imepotea na nini zangu na comments zenye zimepotea. So if you can bring them back, if you can comment back and tell us those pages, we can pin them for anyone who's joining right now to see. Tulikuwa tumefika wapi na conversation yetu?
Pole. But on the computer, it's still showing the comments. It's not showing on yours.
No, it's not, and I can't confirm because phone yangu imeenda off. So
okay.
able to see on your side.
Well, I'm on the phone, so on the laptop I can see the comments.
Aha. Hebu ngoja nilete charger. I literally locked myself in here because of
Sony Nzomo.
I locked myself in here because of Watoi.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's why niko hapa hivi peke yangu. It's much more better than people. Hey,
the noise interpretation.
Yeah, it gives me time to just think and be present, be available right here.
Yeah.
When they're doing their own stuff. Yeah, so unaona comments. Okay, ndio hii nimepata.
Yeah, she reposted the IG.
Yeah, you can highly recommend pages I follow on IG. That was Nedras, Worms, Alex, Ele, and Laws of Attraction, Live Affirmations, Manifesting Positive Things Upon Your Life. I think those are really nice pages to follow for anyone who like, if you want to plug into something really positive, because life in itself needs a balance. You need to know when you're doing the right thing. You need to know when you're doing the wrong thing. You need to have something you can always look for inspiration, affirmation, and just self reevaluation. So if you can follow those ones, inaweza kuwa poa sana. If any of us want to follow those ones, let any question anyone has or anything mataka kuuliza, you can bring it on. And again, Rose, thank you so much for being here.
Karibu. I didn't want to leave you floating. It seems 3 hours later we are still here.
This has been like a nice conversation. Like, I cannot believe time has like flown this much. When you advance, I was like, niko hapa peke yangu.
Yeah. Maybe people like when you bring hot topics like dramas and stuff, because when those topics are there, hey, live wanga imeja watu is like
kwa life lazima kukuwe na ka balance. There are people.
Yeah, that's true.
There are people who've are going through some things, and they're always just happy to get the distraction.
Yeah.
But then sometimes if we talk about this kind of topics, it makes someone actually reevaluate.
Think, yeah.
Yeah. So hata kama kuna wenye wanapenda these, I'm just like, I'm so willing to have them because these are things I know that do happen, especially from personal experience and stuff like that. So when you're like now, what I think maybe because also there's a book launch or something. I'm not sure. I've not been on Instagram for a long time. But at the same time, these kind of topics, no one. I remember kuna live nilifanya ya sexual abuse and rape, and we basically were like a few people, and then the next level were like many people. And I'm just like, for me, it's anything. For me, as long as there's always one person or two people or three people that whatever we're talking about will impact their life in a positive way.
Yeah.
That's all I feel like. As much, I'd rather give the laugh, the entertainment, the everything, but also touch on things that will make someone contribute into someone's life in a positive way.
That's true. That's true.
So,
sometimes it's not about the numbers, but the message.
For me, I really appreciate like all the time we spend together. I really do appreciate. Much as it helps me to grow my platform. I am
Yeah.
also passing a we're passing a message right now, and you're helping me pass a message right now.
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
about the numbers.
No.
It can be about the numbers, but I feel like if I only make it about the numbers and only bring topics that are so like super hype and whatnot, I'm not doing justice. I won't go back and sit back and say I did something
I
nice.
made a difference in life. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like these are sometimes comfortable uncomfortable to talk about, but I feel at peace knowing that I've spoken about it. It's
Yeah.
the right thing to do right now.
Mm.
Yeah, so I'm just like it is what it is. Great
Yeah.
for being here. I really appreciate this.
Yeah.
Asante sana kukuja. So, um, again, tulikuwa tumefika wapi?
There was something I was going to ask about toxic positivity. I think it's okay to like follow these pages about empowerment and stuff. But
Mhm.
if you feel that they're like draining you or they're making you feel less, it's okay to unsubscribe. And when you need it, to go back and look at them. Because in life, these things, they get, wow. Like when people are, like when Corona started, these people are like, I'm busy. I'm busy and booked. You're here like, oh my God, my life, you know.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it's good to know that to have a balance between, you know, being productive and being anxious.
You know, I don't know, it was on Instagram or on YouTube that someone was asking there's a celebrity, a YouTuber,
Mm,
a big YouTuber who stopped following and unsubscribed from another YouTuber's platform and
yeah.
Instagram account. And so definitely people will always ask questions, right? I
Mm-hmm.
love sitting with my legs folded, sorry. So people will
Yeah.
always ask questions. And one of the followers asked something like, why are you guys not talking anymore? Why don't you guys why did you guys unfollow each other? What happened? And the lady said, my friend, she grew up so much. Not
Mm,
grow up, she succeeded so much
so much.
to an extent that I still love her, but I felt like the love was becoming, I was unhealthily loving her. I was unhealthily cheering her on because I was pushing myself
Mm,
to get everything that she had at once.
yeah. And everybody's plant grow at different times. Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I remember. There's a lady called Mena Abu Dab something. She's like a
Mm-hmm.
Christian YouTuber and Instagram lady, and she does a lot of makeup stuff. And she was like, I became so jealous of her success as much as I loved her as a friend. Like I did not become her enemy, but I just wanted to get everything that she had at once. And
Wow.
so instead, what I decided to do, because I knew I was trying what is unachievable, because she's been in the place for a long time, longer than me, I was doing my best. I was working as much harder, but it was just her time to reap her hard work, not mine. But I was
Wow.
pushing myself to get to that point. And so she said, then I decided the best thing is to stay her friend, but unfollow on both all her platforms because I felt I could not sustain the pressure.
Right? You know, these days I mute people on whatever, whether Facebook or whatever. I mute them. I'm not unfriending you because I don't want to start that conversation of why did you unfollow me. But
Yeah,
that mute button really helps.
yeah. I feel like sometimes life, especially on social media and stuff like that, we get it's good to always know your position. I always
Mm,
know your lane, stay on your lane.
yeah,
And if you have to compete, do a healthy competition, but stay in your lane.
yeah,
Stay in your lane because I don't drive. I use public transport. I use taxis once in a while if I need one.
yeah.
I walk a lot and I use public transport. I cannot compete with maybe you who drive. You might have lived in the whatever country you're in for 3 years, 4 years, or maybe your income is different from mine.
Yeah.
Or maybe you started from a totally different platform altogether.
Mm.
We are not the same. There's also the aspect that maybe I don't like cars and you love cars. Maybe I choose this because I'm working on something. But then there's a place where
Exactly.
now we start competing against each other that I get this car even if I can't drive it.
Yeah.
Then months later, I say I sold it.
Or you went broke, or
I,
now you're in debt.
you understand?
Yeah.
You see some people wear designer bags, designer whatever. And
Labels.
it's okay because they have worked so hard to get to that point. My dad
Yeah.
used to say, there come a time when you buy clothes in Mutumba, second hand.
Mm.
And they'll come. We again, I told you back when we started this conversation that we went through phases of life where
All
we
the
had
three.
not
Yeah.
have that stuff. There was a time when I was a child, my dad basically I never wore Mutumba, any second hand
Mm.
clothes. Go to the shop, get it bought.
Mm.
Kitenges were like Kenyan. No, my dad was like, we never did that. You understand?
Yeah.
And there came a time when life humbled us so much that we wore second-hand clothes in Tumba. And I
Yeah.
got them so much. And one time I was complaining in this second-hand shopping thing. And I don't know if I complained and my dad had me, or I don't know how this conversation came. But he said, there comes a time when you can afford Mtumba, and there comes a time when you can go and just do your retail shopping in a mall,
Mm.
in a designer shop, in whatever. And that is growth. Sometimes it's here, up here, sometimes it's down here. You need to know when to choose. Don't
Yeah.
put yourself in a place where you have come from. Do it because you want to do it, but not because you are there so you have to be there, because you are poor before so you just want to do things that would keep you comfortable around that place, that if you have money you can't use your money because you just want to keep it. That is being mean to yourself, because you're
Yeah.
working and you need to reap, to gain from, you need to reap and enjoy your success. So if you're
Right.
able to buy designer clothes, buy designer clothes. If you're not able to, don't buy it. But the pressure comes in where, and I feel like with the community of social media and stuff, you see someone is wearing a designer, you can't afford it, you go into debt, you buy it. You forget this person, maybe they saved a lot to buy what they have,
Yeah.
or maybe also they succumb to another pressure and
Mm.
borrow or something.
Yeah.
And you're like, I'm also going to get it. And
Wow.
I think it's also just here that I was sharing last time, saying I met a friend and she's like, everything was working. We were getting married and stuff. A lady, we didn't become friends. And she one day took the husband's card and she went and spent more than $1,000, more than hundreds of thousands of dollars on at a Gucci shop.
Kadi yenyewe.
Yeah, and she bought stuff, and the man was like, I think, and I'm actually from a Jew. I think this is the end. Like, it's done. Na kona engagement ring kwa mkono. Done.
Wow.
Take everything, we're done. And this is the it's not even for me, it's not even the fact that she took the credit card, she was saying, because she realized that she was so, after this now had been called off, she realized how she was so working hard to show her friends, to show off,
Yeah. Oh,
that
sure.
the
I'm a
boyfriend
G.
credit card and went and did the shopping that first of all did not even match their lifestyle.
No. Wow.
So for me, it's about just knowing the balance. Sometimes
Mm.
there are times when you have friends who have achieved a lot, you need to celebrate
Mm.
for who they are, support them for what they have achieved, and not be competitive to want to be like them, but be inspired by what they have done.
Exactly.
But then where you get to a place where you want to go into debts, you want to fight someone just because they have achieved more than you, create drama. No, 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 no. And it's very okay to feel like this page is giving me a lot of pressure. I'm going to put a mute button, because it's just recognizing that I'm not yet at this level.
Mm.
And when I get here, I'll come back. But in the meantime, we're friends.
We are friends, and you don't have to discuss about it, you know,
You don't
because
have to.
that's the most uncomfortable part. It's like, why do I have to explain myself how I'm feeling? Because it's going to come off as if I'm being jealous,
Yeah,
you know?
you don't have to. And I feel like people need to be, that's why again it goes back to, are we really reading, are we really listening, are we really understanding? Remember when we're talking about when people write messages sometimes on the wall and you're like, oh, so and so posted something about mental health, maybe, and maybe this, oh wow, this is happening. It's someone speaking their mind. Sometimes it's
Mm.
someone saying what they actually really feel.
Oh,
And sorry.
Amita. The comment you've pinned, my response to the motivation was
Mm.
not to look down at like it's a bad thing. I was just letting people know that it's okay to, like, even though I also go listen to all this, but I know there is a balance. I like to have a balance. It's not about whether, yeah, as you're saying,
I think
uh,
there's in life there has to be a balance. Even
yeah, it's about a balance. Because if I
watch,
go and just listen to all these people talking and I feel that is too much, I can always step back. Whether I want to listen or to music and believe and feel that this music is just too much now, I can step back. It's not about what
yeah.
works. And yeah. So I have nothing against what you had shared before, Aminat.
No, I think what is important, even when
Yeah,
someone is sharing, is listening to music. Music elevates.
yeah.
It can be gospel. There's some lines in it that feed into your season. For example,
Yeah.
uh, when I'm down, I like to listen to the song. What is it called? Hey Shamala,
Hey Mary.
how are
Hey,
you? Karibu sana.
Shamara.
Pole pole kwa kuchelewa kidogo.
No
Chini ya
worries.
aya
Ama ni sana,
iko
ama
hapa
nimechelewa
yote.
sana.
Hapana.
Who else is here on a hide mode?
Shamara,
Yes.
unanifuata kila mahali.
Yeah, but sasa sauti, unajua sifuati sauti, that is the problem.
No, I'm in couch mode. Sitaki kutokelezea. Mi
Hebu
niko
sema,
couch potato.
hebu sema
I'm
jina
also
kwanza.
team Aya.
Yes, sema jina kwanza. Mimi najua all team haya, sema jina.
The Q coil.
Ah! The cute
Ooh.
cause and the way I wanted to see your face.
Wa pangoni. Hebu mtoe pangoni.
But I will
What?
nitakutafuta Instagram. I will look for you Instagram.
Okay.
Shamala Ngoza, before you introduce yourself, let me just say something.
Okay. So,
I mean, I say no, Rose. I know, I totally agree with you, Rose. Rose, I feel like,
Okay.
music has a way of speaking to us, be it gospel, secular music, or whatever type of music. But again,
Yeah.
it's really important, whatever you're saying, because you need to find a balance between, is it really what I need right now?
Yeah.
When you want to listen to everything positive, that you make it overpower or overcome, cloud whatever you're going through. You don't let yourself
Exactly.
in the moment. So instead, you just want to consume every positive and not recognize that whatever you're feeling is right.
Yeah.
It's justified. So I feel
Yeah.
like you both are totally saying the truth. Shamala,
Yeah.
please, I know you have a YT channel.
Oh, he does?
Yeah,
We'll
Shamala, can you
be
tell us?
celebrating.
I may pause. I don't know what's happening. Ama ni kwangu peke yangu. Can you hear
No,
Shamala?
no, Shamala, his screen is hang. Maybe he got a call or something.
no,
Okay,
I was switching my internet because the one I was using I knew it and nisumbua.
aha,
Okay.
okay, sawa. So we're still waiting for you to come back on screen
I'm not
properly.
yet back.
Imehang.
Aha.
Acha nikutoe alafu rudi tena.
Yes, nitoe
Now you're back. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I wanted to say, can you please intro, because there's people who are coming to watch this later on, maybe. Would you please introduce yourself and also your platform as well? Because you have a YouTube channel.
But although my YouTube channel is not is nothing yet. Yeah? So
No, it's something. The fact that it's been created, it's coming.
so
With
what's up, guys? It's Shamala here, the voice of an African boy child.
Hey.
And those who know me, I am trying to create a platform whereby the voice of the boy child can be heard and can be echoed. Because we are only having platforms for the girl child. A lot of platforms are to echo. Yes, yes. I will maybe
Shamala, I think the fast network was better in Nayo.
now actually somebody was really calling me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why I was saying my platform is to simply try and give a voice to the boy child so they can echo their voices. And for example, also is to how can a boy child, for example, empower also a girl child, but using the boy's voice. You get the point?
Yeah, like fight for them
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, like currently there is a campaign that we are running of Who Am I? Yeah? So
can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, like who am I is a question we are asking ourselves as men. Who am I? As a brother, who am I to my sister, for example? What role as a brother am I playing to my sister's life? Okay, as a man, as a father, who am I as a father to my kids? Who am I as a friend to my female friends, for example? So that is what we are trying to go with, the campaign that we are trying to go with right now.
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. And your YouTube platform is called?
Okay, we do this, Nelly, yeah? Because somebody who is calling me, she's here to pick me. We are going to somewhere, but can I rejoin nikiwa kwa gari?
No worries at all. That's okay.
Yes.
So,
yeah, I'm going to join in nikiwa kwa gari so we can go on. Sawa?
Okay, sawa.
Okay.
Okay, acha tuangoja Shamala kuja. That's interesting. Who am I? I think sibe tunafaa tufanye the same kind of girl child, you know?
Yeah. But you know, you guys you're already doing it, because you're when you bring people to talk about these stories, you are, how do I say, you are putting a face and a name to these stories, and that helps people know that they are not alone, and they will maybe with time you'll also come to talk about, okay, so you never know, one day you might bring a therapist who will be like telling us, okay, so you know, all these guests, you know,
I'm actually having those. I'm trying to build the reason why I'm truly trying to build this platform, because I have so many plans for this. You know, my plan is not just to I'm a share here. I do videos about lifestyle. I do videos about my family as a whole, and stuff like that. But at the same time, I do feel like no one was ever there for me at some point when I really, really needed help.
Yeah.
And at some point I got the help, and I want to be that other hand. So this will definitely grow into that other platform as well, where we can have like speakers. I know of very good therapists, for example. I can always reach out to and call and say, can you join me for my show, and stuff like that. Because it's good to put a voice to some of the things that do happen in the society. And life is just not about a bed of roses, you know. I used to grow up sometimes, especially after when I started living by myself, I would ask myself, did I do something wrong that I'm not able to achieve all these milestones very quickly? You know, be stable, have something for myself, have a home, have a car, have a this. And I realized along the way we are not cut of the same slate, and we cannot all. That's why our fingers are not the same. We are not the same. I
Right.
cannot just say. Sometimes people have things because they've been handed for most of what they have, and they've just
Mm.
had to work just a tiny little bit. And there are people who've had to start from scratch and work towards something.
Yeah.
You- And there are also people who basically don't have anything and they're just starting to work on something. So we have to create a balance to the stories that we bring. I can't just happily ever married, life is so nice, it's so rosy. I had tears in the past. I also have to, bring this out and say sometimes you cry, it's normal in life. You fall down, you get up, you pick yourself, you dust yourself off. Sometimes you feel like you're not going. Hey, mi nakwambia mimi mpaka kukaa nilijiokoa mwenyewe.
Nelly, let me tell you something. There's something in Facebook. Well, I'm not in those groups, but most of my circle are in those groups. And sometimes the way we diaspora women are portraying the picture of what being abroad is in those social medias, like the people who come live, I
Mm,
don't think it's what I want. As in, I don't know if you've ever seen this Facebook group where women will come on live. All they do is drink. Some are being arrested live when they are still live. Have you watched those videos on?
I
Have you
have
watched those lives?
watched one where someone was doing something and the police came and arrested them. But for me, I
And
don't
I
know.
want us to change the narrative of there like this. This is a life where people are learning and sharing experiences for a positive thing. It's
Yeah.
not just about us showing off, it's
Mhm.
not about that. It's about empowering each other, like being seen, being heard, all this. Yeah.
You know, for me, I usually say there's something at the core,
Yeah.
the inside, that untouched part of you that when you dig and you dig and you dig and you remove everything at the core, there's the values that you had for yourself. They're the values that
Mm,
you hold on to that would never let you go.
yeah.
And for me, I do feel like the narrative that people put for life abroad is totally different, or maybe could be to some people it's the reality, but to some
Mm,
other people it's fakery, and to
yeah.
some people it's basically what they're trying to achieve, and to some people it's the deniability, the
Yeah.
denial of what the situation really is. I've watched a live where someone actually really needed help, really
Mm,
needed help. And you could tell from when they joined to talk. You could
mm,
tell from their voice that something is wrong. You could tell, but we couldn't just pin hands on it. It took this person coming on the live for 3, 4 times days later to realize that this person actually was stuck in a place with a child and they just needed a ticket back home.
wow.
And this person, when they joined, they were advising people life abroad is like this, and they're showing off, and they came drinking, and they were having a blast, and they were praising the person they were living with, and they were doing all of that until one day, thank God,
Masking.
clever people, the person who was hosting asked, and how are you? Like, well, Koadze, able to tell us more about yourself.
The how are you I was talking about, really.
Then when the questions became too much, she was like, hey, mimi nataka tu kama like maisha si the same, kama mnaweza nichangia pesa mi nitoke hapa naweza furahia sana. It was even hard to just come to terms with the fact that she just said that, because
Wow.
what happens on the internet, you sometimes people don't really know you, but people tend to learn you from how you speak, your personality, from how you talk, from how you carry yourself and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it takes again a listening ear. So for me, I just say in life there must be a balance. But what people portray as life abroad is not most of the time what it really is. People
Mm.
work so hard here. People are going for shifts, not sleeping. Angalia, some people when they do like this and they look at their eyes as upper, I
Yeah.
nili mabags
But
mpaka huku. They-
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Like they have not been sleeping. They have
Yeah.
it's been work, work, work. And then when they go back home, they spend on whatever they can. And they
Yeah.
have that flash life because they have saved and it's good to well, it's something you have earned. But
Mm.
it's also good to ask someone sometimes, how did you get there? Or just take what you need and leave what you don't. I
Yeah.
usually say social media is really nice because it gives us all the information that we need.
Yeah.
But as an individual, the consumer, you need to have a filter.
Yeah.
I'm taking this, I'm not. This, I'm taking. This, I'm not, Because if you don't filter, you end up taking everything. And Shamala last time was talking about Kinyesi. Did you watch that? Now that
No. No.
Shamala was talking about Kinyesi. Kinyesi ati when you Shamala, you can comment there. I don't know if it was like if you eat everything, you'll give Kinyesi inanuka kulingana na kile ambacho ulichokikula.
Oh, by the way, that's so true.
You know,
Even your breath.
I can't remember how he put, but you can comment down there and say how it was. And I remember about Kinyesi, and I'm like, what you consume. If and I they do every time there's a live going on, sometimes I would see like conversations going out of hand, and I'll just be like, you know what, take what works for you, leave what doesn't. Take
Yeah.
what works for you, because it's a platform that provides information.
Mm.
And just like Google, if you press, you can find everything from porn to everything else.
And then people manipulate what they want to be perceived, not what they are. It's how they want to be perceived.
How they
Like,
want to be known.
yeah, like the pressure of content creation. I have a YouTube channel, but it's just like I post when I feel like I'm giving my 100.
Give me
I
the
create
name.
something and it has like, pardon?
Give me the name of your platform. I'll follow you.
Okay, I will.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
for me, I create what I feel I can give the world, not going with trends. Same goes to fashion and technology. I'm a tech. I love technology, but I know my limits. I know everything. I
Mhm.
know the limits of like what I can give. Am I giving back to the world, or am I just saturating the world, with just putting stuff there just because you need to have consistency. No, for me, I'll share, because that also plays with my mental ability, because if I'm just stressing myself to create content, I'm going to burn out. I have a job. I have to like recover from a whole week's work, and I still have to keep up with content creation. Content creation is not easy. That's why you see most people who are giving it 100 have quit their job and made it a career, because it is actually like time consuming.
You know, I would say, I don't know, like, I'll check. I don't know your channel as of now, but I'll check it
Yeah,
out. But I would say that, something like content creation, the people who do it because they'll go through every mile, be it devaluing their family values,
right.
anything it takes, because there's a point where it gets where you're just like, this is greed
Exactly.
to an extent where you'll film your child having a tantrum, um just and putting these thumbnails, like crazy thumbnails that
Catch
really one
clickbait.
thing, demeaning your spouse, or just a clickbait, but
Yeah.
demeaning your family or your values as a person,
Mm,
um to get that view that you want. And I feel like it's really important to have like a balance between who are you, like why did
mm.
you really create your platform, You
Yeah.
know, why did you really create it? I think for me, especially when it comes to social media, I have this fear of opening up,
Mm. Exposing too much.
opening up so much.
Yeah.
I have a house where I can film everywhere, but there are places I'm just like, no, 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 no. You can't see that. You can't take this. This is mine. This is me. I can't just give you
Angle. Yeah.
everything I am.
Mm.
I can only give you a part of my life
Yeah.
because I feel like again it goes back to balance. People we have like five fingers, right? They're
Mm-hmm.
not equal, right?
No.
And sometimes what's a lot to me can be too little to you.
Yeah.
You understand? I can have a party and just say, oh, we had a blast. Maybe we just made rice and stew and we had that and that was a party and that was it. And
Mm.
you're thinking, oh no, he didn't give you this, she didn't give you this, or this never happened. You demean my happiness,
Right.
expectations.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's why it's really important to safeguard what you feel like is your space, is
Yeah.
yours. Because as much as your work is to look for, to create content, to look for content, to have that camera recording, there are memories. There are things I have filmed in my house that I'm just like, these are cute moments for me and my family.
On my archives. Yeah. That's enough.
I'll have this one day when you guys grow up, but not like I'm just going to put that. I had a beautiful birthday for my son just last
Yeah.
week, and
Yeah.
I
Sweet.
edited, and I was like, this is a good video to put out there. And I was like, do I really want to do that?
Right.
And last
And
week,
when you start questioning yourself, then you know that's already a no. you know?
I was supposed to put that. I was supposed to put a video, Matthew's birthday, and I was like, I'm not going to do that. Like that is for me.
Mm-hmm.
I edited the video, I put a thumbnail, I had a thumbnail, I had the video, and I sat down and thought, am I trying to brag? Am I trying to celebrate? Am I willing to let someone evaluate and comment? So instead, I just posted and said, I'm celebrating, I'm having a birthday week. It's been kind of, it was busy planning and everything. But
Mm-hmm.
again, it wasn't, I felt like it just was not something to put out because I feel like at some point I need to protect, not just give everything.
Right? Oh,
And it's really a hard thing to do because it's really hard, especially like I don't know if you're also. I think you're also a growing YouTuber just like me. People
yeah.
who are trying to look for content and growth and stuff, but
And there are two people who like really I put hats off. Like this is Sharon Mundia, like
oh,
really like put off like I'm not posting my daughter and you have no right to ask about that and that's
and
final.
yeah, and it's done.
And it's final and there was no discussion. The other
Mhm.
person is Caroline Mutoko. Her, she's here giving content, but not even one advertisement, or she has not even monetized her YouTube channel. Can you
Mhm.
believe? The only thing she makes money off is if somebody comes and wants to partner with her on the ground.
Mhm.
She's not, I'm like, wow, there are people out there actually like
And
doing this
even
and
when relationships don't work out,
and
there are
you
people
don't
who
explain
will
yourself.
say
Yeah.
"Things work out. We broke up and that is it. They'll address it and done. And that video is never monetized. There are people who they know that's the juiciest round
Right?
video. They'll monetize it. They'll promote it. They'll do everything.
Everything.
No.
Sell your soul to the devil. That's what it's called.
Somebody saying Joy Candy. I love Joy Candy as well.
Oh yeah, Joy Candy too has
I
standards.
in private as well. I also love Patricia Kihoro.
Yeah, Proka is also very good. Like she calls herself Proka.
There's also um I followed Angel Lately. Angel Lately. She's a
That's
Kenyan. That's
yeah. And what's this girl's name?
I
The
think I
Geek
just
Fashion.
geek on fashions.
That woman, I'm
I
like, she sent like I never even noticed that they had broken up with the baby father of the child. I'm like, I
imagine.
didn't notice, the way she moves. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's why I'm still glued to their channel because I don't feed into bad energy and
Mhm.
because I don't want to celebrate people's pain
Yeah.
because that is what sometimes I feel like all these blogs do is like celebrate people's pain, but it's not. I don't know. I don't feed on that.
Also, Lydia Dinga. I love Lydia Dinga's platform a lot.
Yeah,
Um, I think I also love as much as listen. I feel like with content creation, you're always teaching, inspiring, or just sharing
yeah.
because you're bringing people into your life. Uh,
Mm,
somehow, this is content you're sharing with the world at large. And I feel like if something happened, for example, that was painful, there's
mm,
always another voice somewhere just wanting to see if it's relatable. And so for
yeah.
me, it's okay to share that.
Validations.
Celebrating and pushing for that, no.
No.
Because you broke up now, you'll give us all the chapters of your relationship, all the chapters of what, like, why don't you bring just other person to the video and talk about your relationship and sort it then on the video and say, this is why we broke up, and this person is responding and this one is responding, I, for a long time, I've loved Latoya forever
Mm-hmm.
and Adam Ali. But I felt like when Adam, and I'm not choosing sides because I don't know what happened, but
Yeah.
I feel like when Adam did the response to what Latoya shared, for example, let's talk about that because I mean that is like a done chapter.
Mm.
When Adam shared the response to what Latoya's accusations were, he basically did not monetize the video.
Wow.
When Latoya had like a baby daddy response kind of thing, and I'm not saying Latoya is wrong, no, I'm
No.
saying
Just context.
to have someone right. I mean, we all know this. When you're doing content creation as a person, now that I'm a content creator, you create your content, you plan your content, you write your questions down, you write your answers, and you think about what you're going to respond. Because once you press that record button, you are
No return.
the right information, right?
Mm-hmm.
To have questions and underline them in a way that you feel like you know the way they are, but for you, most of it is just an accusational part. No.
Yeah.
So for me, there has to be a balance. If at all, for me, I feel like if there's a breakup, for example, if me and someone are not getting along, then I would do, if there's no way to reach them out, I'll
Mm.
address them maybe, or maybe not just address them because they people who need to be addressed, they people who just, you're just like, you know what?
Yeah. Adios, muchachos.
you,
Yeah.
you just, you just be there. Good
Some
riddance.
energies are not worth it.
You stay behind there. But I thought you're just like, I can't reach you directly. I'll address you in this one once and for all. But why
Mm.
would go to an extent of monetizing? No. But it's also okay if you feel like the content is related to something promoting. There's a service you're trying to promote. Maybe let's say your promotion, the ads that run on that video are related to the content itself. It
Yeah.
makes, for example, if it's you're being abused, you can put ads that run in terms of where people can get help, how abuse happens, and stuff. It's relatable. You understand? Then
Yeah.
put 10,000 ads and they don't relate to the content. I don't know if there's a possibility of them choosing the ads themselves. But
Wow.
I do feel like when it comes to content creation, there's a very, it's a very tough line because there are contents you create and you're just like, this was a really good one. Do I really want to put it out? No. And that's it
It's
on
a
that.
battle.
And there are times when I remember there was a week where I was totally going through a lot on
Yeah.
this social media streets. I was just going through a lot. There was just an energy. I could not just take it.
Mm-hmm.
I called my therapist. I just needed to like, speak it out. I called, and then she's like, "No, we can have time next month." And I was like, "What? Who is going to wait?" And she's like, I'm out of office. But we can have time next week if you want to. And I'm just like, no, it's too much. I took my camera, I put my camera on, and I got this tip from Joy Candy where she was like, when sometimes people address you too much and you just like, you need to give them something, you sit there, you record like you're really addressing that person. And when you're done, you click delete.
Wow, that's a nice strategy.
She was saying that she had been going through a lot and she just needed to address some people, and she recorded the whole video passionately addressing them. And then when she was done, she clicked delete. And I was like, God has sometimes a way, or the universe some way of just bringing you to contents that you need to listen to at a specific time. I was like, let me try this out. Took my camera out, sat in front. I was just like, today is the day I'm addressing this ish. I'm addressing this ish once and for all. You guys see the composed me. Sometimes I was just like, ah.
Wow. That's
But
a good strategy because, yeah, that's sometimes I do that for voice notes. I do
so
voice notes and save them in my phone when I think I'm too mad to write. So I do voice notes.
you can just
But
be
I've
right.
never thought of recording. That's a nice one.
So who like do you really deserve all this attention? Because it calls for attention. It's
It
attention.
does. It did.
But then I'm just like, do you deserve this time? No, you don't. No, I'm not giving this to you. No, just delete it.
Wow.
And I say I took the highway, but I know I breathed out. Like I just spit all that fire out and it's done. I feel
Yeah.
good because I feel like I addressed you much as I didn't post it, but
Post
I did.
it. Yeah.
Whatever was in my heart, I spoke to you.
You spoke it out. You're not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Where is Shamala? I thought he was in the comments.
something, wait a minute. Um Someone had said you tell us your channel, and AC also is asking. AC, actually, thank you so much for being here, and congratulations again. I remember the last live you're doing, and it was amazing. It is amazing. We're also asking your YouTube channel, so we all follow because we're building. You've been here for me. I need to
Oh, thank you.
be
Yeah,
there for
I'm Miss Rose. That's me.
you. Can you type it?
Uh, Let me see. I don't think I can put links on the
Wait
comment
a
section.
Is it this one? Is it this one?
No, let me.
Or it's
It's the
Miss?
one with the yellow picture. The girl, the
No,
person
is that
sitting.
the one I pinned here?
No. Let me. Miss dot Rose dot.
Aha, okay. I've seen it. I've pinned
Yeah.
your comment. Aha,
Yeah.
okay. Let me also try and follow you as we
Yeah.
continue. My battery's still low. Worries, I didn't plug it. I didn't plug it. Okay, now it's charging.
Okay.
So, guys, please follow her. That's her YouTube channel.
Oh, thank you.
And let's support her as well, consume her content. I'm yet to see, like, my phone is just still dead, wait until it comes back on, and then I check her channel. But
Oh,
Macy is saying she'll check you out, and loving the conversation. Thank you so much for being here,
thank
because
you, Effie.
it's really supportive of me.
Yeah.
And you guys are really amazing. Like, I really appreciate this. Really do appreciate this. And we've been here for 3 hours, guys. We'll be here for 3 hours. But this is
Well,
nice. Yeah,
yeah,
this is really
it's
nice.
yeah, it's important conversations anyway.
Yeah, I feel like in life there really has to be a balance. There really
Yeah.
has to be a balance. I remember one time, I'm a Christian, so we go to church. And there was a time I was asking someone, like, why, I don't know, maybe because I'm too positive. I was asking someone, we say, oh, don't have sex, don't do this, don't do this. We're so okay, but what about the people who've actually done it?
Mm,
As you know, it goes against the church ethics. What about them? Do you just forget about them or not speaking to them? Not speak to them,
mhm.
not address them, not see them, not feel them, not hear them? So I feel
Yeah.
like all conversations are worth having, whether it's the heart, you know, if it's divorce, it happens. We need to say, when it's not working for you, girl, walk. Or
Right.
walk.
Normalize, no, make it normal. Yeah.
When it's work and it's not working for you, just say, you know what, I can't. I'll give you an example. I told you I used to work in a law firm, right? um
Mm,
at some point I realized I would draft like a salary increment what letter
yeah.
and give it, and then they'll be like, oh, let's just wait, 3 4 months, then the company will be doing okay, and then we'll increase your salary. And I'm like, I'm putting in a lot of work in here, like I'm really giving a lot.
Yeah.
When you guys are on holiday, I'm grinding for you guys. Like, what about
What's
me?
up? Yeah.
And every time I come, you're like, no, not now, not now. I was like, you know what? I'm
My
done.
time. My time is up.
I'm done. What I'm getting here, I can easily make when I'm sitting at home. So I'm just like, it's good to wake up to go somewhere, but sometimes when you have an option, take it. Don't be
Take
a
it.
slave to the option that not serve you at all.
Mm,
It's not.
mm.
Let's know what you guys are thinking on the comment section. And if you have any questions or anything you want us to talk about, also type it down there. Rose, this has been so amazing. Is anything I've missed? Oh, thank you so much. As per usual, I'll leave a comment, like, and all that jazz once it's done. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate that. Hilda Kameli, thank you so very much. Rose, again, thank you so very much. Aminta, thank you so very much. Really appreciate you guys so much. Agnes, thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Yeah, if you guys have a question on anything, just let us know down below and we'll
Yeah.
comment about it. Do you have anything you want to say or anything you want to contribute about to our audience?
Um, they say time heals, but I don't think time heals
Mm-hmm.
because yeah, those are scars and but you learn on the job.
I posted this. I don't know if I took it. I'm trying to clean my Instagram page for some reason. After some time, I try to just clean up. After
Yeah.
some time, I try to clean up. I'm not yet there because I'm working on my platform to just make it more me, like what I
Yeah.
want. And I feel like
Mm.
my life is about seasons. There are seasons I just feel like doing certain things, and there are seasons I just feel like my skin is out, and there are seasons I just feel like I'm wearing clothes, and there are seasons.
But that's good. That means you have different content to give us.
I just have these seasons. And so when I feel like it's another season, I clean up. There's that thing I posted and I said, actually, I don't think, and this is like, for me, my content is about my own personal evaluation, like what I think.
Mm, mm,
Draw my inspiration from what really resides within me.
yeah.
And for me, when people say time heals, I feel like time just gives you
A
a chance
limitation.
to live, to learn to heal,
Mm,
to learn, not to heal, to learn to live with what has happened.
mm-hmm.
Because I realized the person who might have said time heals, maybe the loss they went through or the incident that happened was maybe something like they got robbed, uh,
Right.
was told you're able to work,
Something replaceable.
something easily replaceable. And then I thought of it in terms of I have scars in my body.
Mm, mm,
I have scars. Would you tell me time heals? Time does allow me the grace to just love those scars for what they are, but they are there. I
yeah.
know why they're there. I know what caused them. I know all of that. So for me, I
Mm,
have to say it's the same. I
yeah.
have the same regards with comments when it gets to time healing and stuff.
Yeah.
And also for me, I would say your mental health comes before everything because you were there yourself before you became a mom, before you became someone's wife, before you became someone's girlfriend, before you
Yeah.
became, and when you get to realize that you never allow abuse to happen and watch it.
Mm,
And
yeah.
if it does come your way, you learn how to walk away. You'll find the grace to walk away and say, you know what, this actually, hey, tulipendana, but we loved each other. Everything was good, you know, the bedroom was good, the kitchen was good, everything was good. We created good memories, but it's time to just say it's normal, you know.
Right.
Yeah,
The
so
same way you're saying your dad told told you or made it clear about the doors are always open. My dad, may his soul rest in peace, was telling me that the don't let anybody ever stress you. And then my mom, every time I would tell my mom I broke up with a boyfriend, she'd always say, "Oh my God, these words your dad told you, they stuck on you like that." I'm like, "No, mom, it's about acknowledging that it doesn't work anymore. It's okay to move on." She always thinks that I took my dad's words literally, but I'm putting them into practice.
putting them into practice because you know sometimes I feel like people tell us things and then it's just like, ah, it was just a word for that time. It's it's gone. It's again, it goes back to did we really listen?
Uh-huh.
So happy because you did. Because if you broke up with someone, it didn't work. I'm just like, I have a girlfriend who would call each other when we were like when I used to live close to her, and she had like something she'd gone through and it was so painful. We'll
Mhm.
come and we'll talk and we'll cry about it. And then we'll go and I love chocolates and she loves coffee. I love chocolates and coffee. She loves chocolates and coffee. And you go
Yeah.
and eat chocolates and coffee. And then we'll go to the gym and hit the gym and work so hard. And then we cried. We ate.
You ate chocolate.
Not happening
Close that
again.
chapter.
It's a closed chapter. You know,
Wow.
I feel like everyone needs, and that's why I'm saying for me, it's really hard to create relationships because I want that person who we can cry out together. And when
Yeah.
it's done. There's no, I'm going to say, oh, so between so and so and so and so, it's happened like this and this. No, we cried about it, me and you. We had, we cried, we're done. That person,
We mourned that relationship. You guys literally mourned it.
I feel like
And you even bury it.
the one that there's a viral video that goes like when your friends finally invite you back to when you break out of your relationship and your friends invite you back and you're like clapping on and you're like that's us. And after something is not working for me, I'll just be
Uh,
like, well,
where are you at? You
let's
need to
just
eat chocolate.
and
Oh,
it
wow.
I feel like everyone needs that kind of friend.
Yeah.
I've not gone through heartbreak, but I've seen her go through heartbreak, and so I know how it feels like.
Mm,
Because when your friend is in love, you feel the energy. You spend a
you
lot of time,
feel it.
and thank God, like I've had a long distance relationship most of the time until just 2 years ago. So my
Mm.
husband would always work. He's an humanitarian aid worker, so he'd be out in other countries and
No. Yeah.
once in a while. So it gave me enough time to get close to at least two people, like really close.
Yeah.
And for me, every time they're in love, I felt also happy because
Yeah.
we have this extra person
Yeah,
with.
there's also an next adventure for you
Yes,
of all the juicy
so like,
stories too.
we're like today we're in my mom. So I'd be like, when I have my me free time, mommy free time, I'll go out with them once in a while and we'll drink and we'll have fun, and then I'll go back home and leave them having fun. And
Yeah.
for me, it was also a ride. And when any relationship ended, I'm like,
You
we
invested also.
we cry because for me at that time it also pains me. Like seriously, really.
You had invested in it.
My husband says you're so dramatic. I was invested in that as well. We were
Yeah.
together. This is another person we allowed in our life. So
Yeah.
when they're out and they start acting ishy, I'm just like, girl, let's do what we have to do. How do you
Yeah.
feel? I You want to cry? Let's just talk. And she'll open up and she'll get to a point where she's just like, and we'll start. And I remember there are times when one or two times my husband was there, and my husband was like, I'm just going to bring you guys bacon and eggs.
That's a good team player. I want that kind of person in my life who knows when to bring in the wine.
And so she'll be like, sometimes she'll call and say, I'm coming. You just make breakfast. And me, I'm coming with my tears and my everything. I'm just coming. And we'll just have a me and her time. And when you come out of that, I feel like she's free enough to move on, you know?
Yeah.
And even when and sometimes she'll even tell me, you know what, I have to stay single for this time. So you're holding me accountable. If I tell you I have
Mhm.
life before this time, tell me not to.
Yeah. Wake me up.
These are things we'll talk about when she's still at that hurting point, because then she'll choose her
So
healing.
that's just a rebound. Yeah.
Yeah, she'll be like, I don't want
Mhm.
to have someone as a rebound. And sometimes she'll be like, actually, I need a rebound. And I'm like, no, go for it. If it makes you feel better, go for it. But don't get stuck there. Make that a good relationship, because you've gone there to heal. And if that is
Yeah.
what you want to heal, just take that route. But don't get stuck there and make it a real relationship.
Right?
And there's a time when the rebound became a real relationship, and I was like, girl, we have to come out.
Ah, you even pull her out.
No, I'm saying when there's a time when her rebound had to basically
Oh, almost turned into a
had
relationship.
a relationship where I was like, no, girl, we're out. No, we're out
Pull
of
her out.
it's not happening
People
because
need a friend. People
we are
need
not
friends
only
like you.
serious. You chose a good rebound and it was supposed to be that. So we are not doing that.
Oh
And if
my
you at
goodness.
level, I'll actually help you by telling this person it was supposed to be like this other way. Because
Mm,
you're going to be, when time comes that this person does not turn out to be, because when you have a rebound, it's always not someone you love for because you love them. There's something you see in them that you really want, that you feel like would feed into that energy.
yeah.
And for me, it's very okay to make a relationship and say, you know what, I'm not this. Let's just see where it goes to, because it
Yeah.
allows you to come out and stay in.
Wow.
You know. And so for me, if she told me someone is a rebound, I'll just be like, I'll always make sure that
Treat
that
them
rebound,
like a rebound.
we don't bring that a relationship and say we're going to date this person. No,
No.
because when the pain finally comes up, when you see this person's true colors, you're even going
No.
to hurt most.
More.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I know sometimes they might be the worst friend, but
No, 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 no. Sometimes you need some people like that.
and we're still friends up to now, because I feel like when I'm in a place where I'm established as a married woman,
Mm,
in a relationship, I'd say I'm secure, but I'm
yeah.
not with the fact that these things happen.
Yeah.
I open up when it comes to parenting with her, because sometimes we call her Auntie Cool. Sometimes I
Mm,
feel she give me something in my, like, make me alert, like, hey, by the way, this one, maybe try this other way. For example, we have things like timeouts. Sometimes I'm just like, I've tried all times or they're not working, what else can I take that would make
Wow.
this realize that they're not doing the
Yes,
right.
yeah.
You should give me ideas, and say, this one, maybe just try and take the phone maybe away, try and not pay, because I have like a weekly allowance for my kids.
Yeah.
Try and take the allowance off and see like how they react to that. So I get, for me, she gives me another perspective.
So it's a good friendship because it's not you're always giving. You're also like she's
No, I'm
supportive
also
for
taking,
you too.
also
Yeah.
taking from her as well.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
because she's not a mom, I feel like it gives me a balance of
Mm,
knowing when I'm like really being like, head on mom, and when I'm allowing myself to have room for the kids to be themselves. You understand?
yeah. Yeah.
Make mistakes and learn, and yeah, so it's really and especially I feel like being an African, sometimes it's just like you have to go like this.
Lord, hold my hand.
You have to go like this. And if you're not going like this, then I have a trouble.
Hold my hand because I don't want to go to jail.
Yeah, so that is what I'm saying. Like for me, I feel like much as I give something towards her growth
Yeah.
into getting to, and she looks up to me.
Yeah.
And that means sometimes I'm not vulnerable to her and say, in this, actually sometimes you have like, he promised me this thing, but he never gave it, he never did it. And he'll make me sometimes like, maybe he didn't have, or maybe like poke on my husband, like, you were supposed to do this.
Wow.
And it makes sense
Yeah.
then. Because then when something, when I feel like for me, it's showing her that when you get to this other place, this is how
Mm,
life can sometimes actually be like.
yeah. It's
And when,
not always
yeah,
roses.
so much as I have not gone through all these heartbreaks and stuff, but I've been
Mm,
with you. So I'm
yeah.
just a reminder. I'm here to remind you. When it gets here, it goes like this. We've been here before. Let's not get here again. Or
Mm,
want to have it, but let's do it to this much.
yeah.
And when you
Yeah.
want to try something nice, I'm there to cheer you up, to cheer her up. And when I'm trying something nice, she's there to cheer me up. And for me, that is like the importance of friendship.
That's a very healthy, I would say, friendship. That's because that's what it's supposed to be. Otherwise, if you're the only one always giving, I I don't have WhatsApp, by the way, and that is because back when I had WhatsApp, I was always giving people giving advice, giving money, supporting, removing people from fixes, But anytime I needed, I was in trouble or I needed somewhere like support, nobody was coming through for me. And then I was like, you know what? First things first, deleted my WhatsApp because I have a Viber. That means the only person I need to contact is my mom. My
Yeah,
brothers have social media. We contact each other there. But
yeah,
WhatsApp, anywhere to do with my number, cut it off. And then I reduced my friends list of friends I have everywhere because I was like, these numbers are just lying to me. Because when I was in
they do
depression, because I
point.
would call it depression, I was on my own. Nobody came and asked, Rose, how are you really? Because we can see it, but you're not saying it. Nobody came through.
I would say like, just okay. I would say like, for example, myself.
Mm.
Again, for me, this is, if I ever am to become your friend, just know. Sometimes it's a season where I just feel like we're good, it's working and stuff like that. And I'm
Yeah.
just like, this is nice, it's flourishing. There are times when I just feel like, hey, I can't keep up. I'll take a mute. I'll be there, but I'll just not be like
From a
so.
distance, loving
And
you from a
I'm
distance.
just, I'm just, I'm still loving this, but I just feel like I also need to just not engage too much.
Yeah.
And then a time when I'll just be like, I'm done.
Yeah.
But then there are times also when I'm trying to create relationships where I do take the pause button And for me, it's just to try and see, like, okay, we started this, so where are we heading to? Like, there's a
Mm-hmm.
relationship I have with a lady here in Finland.
Mm.
It's a good one, I would say. I don't know if she gets to watch this. This is opening up a lot. It's a good
Gonna rat them out. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
relationship. It really is. But then at the moment where I am, I've gone on a mute. And for a
yeah.
reason, because I'm like, okay, this is good. What's
Mm.
the good for me and what's the good for you? Can we build each other, or will we just be friends who hang out and eat? Can we
Ah,
do something? Because as at now, I feel like being a mom, I have my kids, I'm their first. The way I handle
yeah,
things,
yeah.
they get a lot from me.
Mm,
You understand? And
yeah,
so if I just go out there and I'm like ranting and saying how bad choices I've made with my friends and stuff like that, I need to also tell them that sometimes as I try to make friends, I take a pause button as well. I can't be advising them take a pause and I don't take a pause myself.
yeah.
And
You have to lead by example.
and sometimes there comes that season where I just feel like, you know what, I've been drained and I need to just fill up myself somehow. And I'm just like, it's not like we're not together. We are. It's not like
Mm,
I don't support. I do. And when I support,
mm,
I support. But I just chose to be quiet a little bit.
yeah.
Yeah. So it
And
happens.
it's healthy and it's very healthy.
Yeah. I think it's in life we need that, and we need friends who understand.
Yeah, exactly. That's another aspect. People need to understand because there are people who will be like, "Hey, you've changed. What happened? You don't talk to me."
Or
And
maybe
also,
an anonymity
yeah,
aspect.
or like now when you start uh, communicating with your friend again, you won't have to start from zero. You'll take it up from where you stopped. That
Yeah,
is
yeah.
very important for me because life adulting is not easy. So for me to come back and then have to like build it all up again, that's draining. I want us to go from where we stopped, and yeah, things
You know,
will be explained along the way.
yeah, I have a mom friend. She's in Nairobi. And
Mm,
we basically sometimes don't talk for a long time, like a long time meaning like months sometimes.
yeah,
But
yeah.
when we talk, the best part is like we saw each other yesterday.
Those are the best.
We make
Those
fun
are
and
the
we laugh
best.
and we celebrate and we catch up on, so what did I miss? You understand?
Mm-hmm.
We go quiet again, and it's basically when she thinks about me, she calls. There's
Yeah,
something I'm talking about. When I think about her, I call. If I keep quiet and she's quiet, this does not mean that we're not friends.
friends,
When
right?
we talk, we're just like the most fun. And I feel like that's how friendship needs to be,
Yeah,
not the other
definitely.
way around.
Hey, those
So
teenage friendships of, yeah, but now you don't talk. No, 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 no. I don't have that time by now.
I think there has to be growth. Hey,
Yeah.
have you been in a work relationship or workplace that you felt like you just could not continue and you had to let go of money or the
Mm.
work, which is your source of provision, to try and venture into something else?
Not really, but I have quit work because it was not mentally like a good place for me. It was either stressing me or what I was getting out of it was not good enough.
Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, that's nice.
And yeah, and it's not easy because it's always like cutting down on a source of income, for example, and having to start all over again.
Mhm.
But for me, I usually say like it's not worth it. It's not. I don't have to kill myself to do it.
Yeah.
So that's one of the place. That's yeah.
Because I feel like when it comes to money, and I don't know, on the comment section, you can let us know, or if you've ever quit a job that you felt like was just not serving your purpose or your worth or
Yeah.
something, you can come and tell us like how it was or what you ever did or how you ever did. Because I feel like when it comes to money, and money is the something that enables us to live, because you have to
Provide.
rent, provide, take care of your needs, your family's needs, have some sense of security and stuff. But there comes a time when even that job itself, you're just like, hey, imeni suck. Hey, acha niache. I've never been
Right.
in a place where I totally depended on something and had to let it go as per se, because when I had to let go of my work, I had something I was doing on the side, and plus the company still needed me, so they'd
Yeah.
pay me to work from home for
Yeah,
them.
that's the same case with me. I've never had to like 100% like walk away and be at zero. I always had something going on. So yeah.
Have you, Ngoja, because now we're talking about this, have you ever been into this investments group where you've lost? Just
Okay,
asking.
me, I'm so bad with I'm so frugal. You say frugal?
Mhm.
I'm so frugal with money that the only thing I've ever fallen for is those Yahoo boys, but it never went through.
There's a time when I used to, long back then, when I was working before I quit my job,
Mm,
um, I had like this, we had a work group where we decided we were going to invest in land. I don't know if I shared this here or somewhere else. We're
mm-hmm.
going to buy some lands in Kajiado County and then maybe build, and then we'll then divide we're basically going to go into land investment, and we
Yeah.
save money, and then at the end of it, I lost everything. And that has like, I always want to hear like, if is it ever possible you can get into an investment group, those kind of, and just have like a you reap back, or is it just always a loss all the way? I
I've
don't know.
never even tried those chama things. I've never. I don't know. I yeah. So for me, for me, I don't have an experience.
And you had
The only
mentioned,
experience I have is the pyramid schemes, but
as
I didn't go through with it because I just bought a product, but I never like worked on it. I never like looked for people or anything. I was just like, no, no, I don't have the energy.
we're supposed to be having a live with one of the ladies. She's called Peace,
Yeah.
um, about investments. So that would be a nice one. You should also come.
Yeah, I'll come and listen because I need knowledge because I feel like investment in diaspora is kind of tricky, especially in Scandinavia, because everything is monitored and they put you in a bracket of if you have so much, then that means your taxes are higher. It's like they punish you.
Yeah, yeah. The
so,
much
so
you have, the more taxes you pay. The much you have,
yes,
the more taxes you pay. But what about investing in your hobbies?
yeah, that's something everybody always tell me. Like you like I have a passion for hair, but when you think about
Give you an example, but we'll talk
yeah.
about this in the next investment thing. Um, my my family, we have a train hobby, so we have trains, and these are
Mm-hmm.
like electric trains.
Mm-hmm.
We have a room where we have like our trains, and if you've ever had me going live and there's like a engine going on and stuff, it's that one basically.
Uh-huh.
Have a video, short clip on train layout and stuff. And sometimes the trains, they cost a lot depending on the model or the year they were made or the amount of work that went into creating them. And
Uh-huh.
some pieces are also, this is what I'm talking about, investing in hobbies. Sometimes the pieces are so specific that they don't they're not in the market, but they're mostly needed.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes if you buy those kind of, if you invest, because this is something that is our, for my family, our
Mm-hmm.
children, basically, we don't buy toys because I mean we do buy toys, a lot of toys, but we buy toys, but mostly it's toys in terms of investment.
Uh-huh.
So, for example, we have these what is it called? Racing cars. That
Yeah.
those are things that can easily they can just do racing car anywhere. We can play racing car at home, we connect them everywhere, and we just like race. They race, or we do outside. But something like trains, those are like investments. There are a lot of money we put like as maybe one container truck
Mm.
for like 100 euros or something, you know. So
Wow.
these are things that, as much as they play with, hey Mary, as much as they play with, we can later on, if anything goes south, convert them into cash,
Wow.
pay
Like
out
a
for.
collectibles.
Yeah, so it could be the railways, could be the train pieces themselves, could be the engines, could be the containers themselves. So it's a lot. That's what I'm saying. Also, investing in hobbies do help, because I remember there was a time we were really in a bad financial place, and my
Yeah.
husband put at least 10 pieces of the trains, 10 only,
Really?
saved us a lot, that we're able to come out of that financial mess and even have something to live out of until we got something else sustainable. So
Oh, wow.
someone can do something like that, then it does help, I think.
Wow. Yeah. Let me like I'm subscribed to you, so I'll get a notifications of when the live will be, because that would be a very good listen.
Yeah, I think it's really yes, my Mary has come. Mary, thank you so much for being here. And please, if you guys can help me by playing there's a playlist I have called Audience Retention.
Mm.
I'm trying to get to this 4,000 hours. I'm now left with just about 600. So you come
Ah,
out, you're watching this and you're able to replay the lives that we have done, which is on audience retention. Then I can concentrate more in content creation and school and motherhood, and still now bring like not more elaborative or more detailed conversation on this platform. So please, please, yeah, if you're watching. But on that, if you can try investing in your hobbies, for example, it'll be something nice. It can
yeah.
help, because then
Oh,
even the government, like no one will tax you on, would count your toys as
by
investment.
the way, because yeah, that's true.
And you, when you're buying them, you save and you buy them, then they collect up to be something. You keep the boxes, you keep them in mint condition. Trains are something you can
Mm.
always model and even sell.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you have free
Ah,
time, or you have a hobby that you can buy something and then later on, I see people buying like designer stuff and then selling them later on. It's just a
yeah.
thing. But for us, we do it in terms of the kids' toys. So it's
Uh-huh.
something always, if you need some money, trade off.
Oh, so
And you have more, you buy more pieces, and
mm,
you wait up.
so you build it up.
Yeah, we have a lot of trains.
No, I've just seen the short 15-second clip on your on on here on YouTube.
Yeah, so if
Yeah.
if that can be a good thing. And also,
Yeah.
trains, basically sometimes there are parts that you can join together.
Ah,
Then you can remodel them and then sell them. For example, there are parts that people need, but they need them looking like, what is it called, graffitied, so
yeah.
remodel that and make it like rustic. They need it rustic, not graffitied, really. But you can also do, like, people who do graffitis, people who like make them rustic and then you sell them. But it's the
Wow.
that counts. So if you invest, like you buy maybe a container or something that is expensive now, you
Yeah.
sell it at a more expensive rate after some time, because I feel like it's a hobby that kind of appreciates in value with time.
That's
Because
a hobby that I should
but
appreciate.
I can't like the train stuff. I usually just let my husband do it because it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
It's a lot
Wow.
of details, but that's what I'm saying. If you have a hobby that can give something back to you when you're in
Mm.
trouble, or if you can invest in toys or something that you can always go back to and say, you know what, I can, and now I need to sell this and to do
Mm.
something good out of it, then it'll be really nice. I do that on repeat, Mary. Tujengeni Nelly atujenge. Yes, please. Nijengeni woye. Nijengeni. We're so close. We're almost there. So
Yeah.
but your topic here, investment in Zakwa topic poa sana, because I feel like I'm still looking for ways to invest, but that is at least one thing I know that works because I've seen it helped us a lot most of the time. Um, but like the lady who was talking to last time, she said she'd come. She had like many other ideas, and when we bring all these ideas together, then someone is
Yeah.
able to know like where something can work and where something cannot work. And
Yeah.
also there are things that sometimes you're like, hey, can I? I've heard of some things like Bitcoin, and I'm like, I don't know how it works. I don't know how it is. Can I hear someone talk about it? I want to know more about it. Can it?
Exactly.
Yeah. So for me, that is something I know that has worked, and there's always more information to things that can be tried as well. Can be a nice
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
Make that. I'll be here with my notes, and I hope it will be more like people in diaspora, because in Kenya there's so many options, and
It's
yeah,
point
I know
like
they're there.
basically. It's a point
Yeah, I
there where
want.
you can save to just afford yourself some some sort of stability, some sort
Yeah.
of, or just something you can put your hands back and say, this I made,
Yeah.
because
Exactly.
yeah, everything. It's like the tax you have to pay, you have to eat, you have to buy clothes, there's a lot that you have to do, and you
Yeah.
have to learn to do it in a clever way to be able to say, as much as I'm paying into my retirement fund,
Mm,
I'm
yeah.
also having something that I can count and say, I'm worth this much if I
Exactly.
if I add everything together. So I feel like that
Yeah.
would be a nice thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'll
if
have to go and eat.
that, I'm thinking
Ah,
that's now ending. Okay, we've been
imagine 4 hours.
almost 4 hours.
What?
But this was really nice. I had fun. I really had fun.
Yeah.
Really had fun. And guys, please, if you can follow Rose's channel, I'm going to pin it here again, her comment. So you are all able to see that
Oh.
channel. And let's support her as well. She's been here with us for all those hours. This was a tough topic. This was like opening
Was a
up.
brainer. We brought all our
No,
brains and experiences to it. Yeah.
this was a tough topic, and you had the pants for it. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
I really appreciate this. And guys,
Yes.
follow her.
Yeah. Nelly, you've hung again.
It knocks me out again. Like seriously,
I think at the every hour change.
I don't know what's happening, but it just
Yeah.
happened at the right time. Thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate this.
Next
Um,
time I'll come with a face.
Please do. Please do. I want to meet you. Want to know you. Sometimes it's nice when you put the words and the face in one place. So
Yeah, exactly.
I really do appreciate this. I know it wasn't like really planned, and you took your time
No.
here with us. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Like, thank you
Thank
so very
you.
much. I really
Yeah.
value the support and this time we've spent together.
Yeah.
And can't wait. Maybe always for free. Please just feel free to join. And if you need my help sometime, just holla.
Oh, thank
Holla.
you, sis.
Holla.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think I'm
Mm,
just going to end this now. I
yeah.
I need to go and join the boys now, and then we'll talk later. But thank you so
Yeah.
much. Asante.
Enjoy your weekend.
You too. Happy
Yeah.
Saturday, happy Sunday to come. It's about
Yeah. For us it's a long weekend. Monday is a holiday, so
Niko na bahati.
yeah.
I have today and tomorrow, and then Monday, and kona homework. So
Go do your homework. Don't say Rose kept you up. Couple of hours. That's what you did.
let me try and create a balance. Now, Saturdays we do go, like we do have family sauna time.
Yeah.
It's me and the boys. Unfortunately, I'm the only girl in this family, so it's a nice
Oh.
thing. The only queen in this house.
Ah.
Because we had
That's
many,
sweet.
have many other queens, but in here I'm the only.
You're the only queen.
Yeah, we're about to go have the sauna time with the boys. Have some nice time, and I
Enjoy.
don't want to miss that because
Yeah.
it's what makes Saturday. So yeah, just
Right?
skin, heat, drinks. It's a nice thing. Yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
go exfoliate the skin, drink some water, bask in some heat, and then
That sounds relaxing.
it is. I think it is. It is. The kids love it. I do love it, and we just get time to. It's nice. You things like that are things you just need to experience.
Yeah.
And if you don't have many boys, then you're not able to experience it. But I don't
Do
know.
one thing.
Experience that. It's so beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you find a way of working around the boys, then it's even more fun because kids can sometimes be a handful. And
Yeah.
yeah, but we make it fun. So it's always so much fun to be in there, just have fun and eat,
Oh.
drink, and yeah. Yeah, but I see you guys.
Sounds like fun. Yeah. See you around.
Thank you so much for being here. And
Yeah.
love you so much for being here, for taking your time, sacrificing your time. I really appreciate it. So
No
Chitongela,
brainer. Yeah.
me on my DM, please. Again on Instagram to Sonic follow.
Ah, sawa.
Sawa.
Yeah. But then.
Thank you so much. Bye. Guys, that was a nice, lovely conversation. Like I really enjoyed that. So I think mitawatia hapa. If you want to support my content and you really just want to root for me in this and have an extra gadget or two or three or just one, please replay my playlist at night, when you're not using your television or a gadget, so that I can fill up on these hours, so that I can concentrate now more into content creation and bringing you more fun stuff and more, things you can get to enjoy most. And also subscribe if you've not subscribed. If you're meeting me for the very first time, please do. My name is Nelly, and I do content on hair, fashion, lifestyle, and just basically motherhood and everything that is happening around me. As you guys know, I'm a student, I'm a mom, and a content creator. And I also love hair. So yeah, there's a lot always to share. And let's help me just reach this final milestone. Mkikasirika nyinyi wote and mseme leo ni lazima kwe monetize. You know what happens? Mneza watch content yangu and it happened to like, it may happen. It may happen. It may happen. And monetization does not mean like you really get to earn money, but it's kind of like you now have just reached the first milestone of being a content creator. The very first milestone. It's just like the work has now begun. So help me start the work because I really need to start it up. And nawapenda sana. Mary, thank you so much for your time, for being here, always supporting me. Asante sana. Tony, thank you so very much. And everyone else who's also been watching, S with her locks, thank you so much. Agnes, thank you so very much. Aminta, thank you. Hilda, thank you. Rose, nakupenda sana wewe, nakupenda sana. Shamala, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to having a conversation with you next time, on this Who Am I thing. Grace, thank you so very much. You guys, Tony, nakupenda. Nakupenda wewe. Yeah, and Vera Keys, thank you so very much. Like, I really do appreciate all of you so very much. But for now, acha ni log out, nijingishe pale kwa heat, get some skin popping. Summer is about to be here and no one is about to go with the rustic skin. We need a skin and a melanin popping and soft and smooth to the touch. So let me go, exfoliate and drink some water and have some steam in. And yeah, so tutongea on Saturday. But please, until then, play my playlist, please. I know, like now I'm younger killer time, but if you can do that, and let's appreciate you sana sana sana. If you're watching this and you don't understand Swahili, please, I have a playlist called Audience Retention. I'm trying to get to 4,000 hours. I'm only left with about 600, or maybe by today, maybe 500. I'm not so sure. But if you guys help me by watching it, let me know you're watching. So I just feel like, but even if you don't let me know, I do see that you're watching. Like, I do notice you guys are watching every time, when the hours go up, I'm like, yes, someone is consuming my content. And also, thank you so much for this support. There's much support, all of you who've been here every time I put this live on and start talking and share and come in and contribute and comment on the comment section. It really does mean a lot to me, because that not only does it show me I'm doing something good, but also reassures what I'm doing, reaffirms what I'm doing, and also you are supporting me, which is the best gift ever. And again, as always, we try and make conversations that either bring something, make you laugh, make you have fun, or make you reevaluate or think about what you stand for, who you are, and what you love doing and everything. So, acheni mimi niende, nawapenda sana, nitaona next time. Bye. Love you guys. Bye.